Good morning, Zed, or good afternoon by now, I'm sure. Right? Are you preparing for an afternoon's going live? Nice, 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 nice. If you haven't checked out Zed's place, it's worth a look. He's the only one that I know that's doing fire ant modes. Yeah, very unique. Each one of them very, very unique. Very, very proud and very, very beautiful. Yeah, and they're there to order. You can have them sent to you. Yeah. If you like collecting art, it's unique art. Mm. And he's a good talker, as I said. A good talker. And he's not there for the drama. And that's nice. That's reassuring. And that's comforting. And then Babbitt, we don't like drama channels, does us, Babbitt? We'll go in for an old listen and a bit of a tease occasionally, eh? Hey, good morning, Babbitt. Hey. I tuned into Broke Fishings this morning, but I was, what do you call it? Um, busy eating. Yeah, busy eating. And then I fell asleep. So that was all good. Wee Eddie. Hello, Wee Eddie. What's going on in your avatar, eh, Eddie? Looks like you're having some LSD drops put in your eyes or something. Happy days. John's in the house. What's happening, John? Now, did John get to Hyde Park? I tuned out yesterday at some point. Oh yeah, I tuned out when he started going all out of signal. Yeah, I tuned back in and he sat there smoking joint. I see a group of lads approach him for got any spare backy, mate, or something like that. Okay. How you doing, Ed? On the recovery from yesterday? Is it? Hey, Angie. Dogs and cats all good, my dear. Myself was all good. Richard Upton. Good evening, Richard Upton. What's happening? That was Hyde Park, wasn't it, Ed? Where John was trying to get to yesterday. Flipping heck. He walked some distance yesterday to get there, didn't he? And he even got him fucking taxi. And he still didn't freaking get there, did he? He'll be up in a minute to tell us all about it, I'm sure. And so these folk get proper stoned yesterday. Hmm? What was you smoking yesterday, Ed? I'm smoking one now, but I'm gonna have to roll another one because, yeah, I don't know why. Was that Mr. E sneaked into the chat? Has he? How has Mr. E sneaked into the chat without me seeing him? No, he hasn't. I don't see Mr. E. He'll be here in a minute, though. Babbitt, are you saying hello to Mr. E? Yo, the Black Watch is in the house. Oh, yeah. We'll see that as a compliment, Babbitt. Hey, and the Ed and the mystery get mixed up with each other. That's a compliment, isn't it? Both sides. See, Ed, you got some South Park fucking dude up on the cross there. That's a little bit similar to my cross the other day. Yeah, but you've had yours a long, long time. Where were you listening for that, Black Watch? I tuned out when some Jewish guy said, "Hi, I am your God, the Father, and I am that I am." On that I am still turned out. Oh, that was the South Park freaking dude, was it? Jesus the Savior, the South Park dude. I thought he had longer hair. Oh, he does have long hair. It's tucked behind his arms. That's right then. Right. Now I kind of recognizing it a bit better. Well, I was recognizing him on first sight, wasn't I? Huh. I've had two reasonably lazy days. Yeah, yesterday and today. And the most reason for that is because I've seen me Captain Jack and he's fucking tired. Yeah. So I've said, I ain't doing nothing. Yeah. Captain Jack needs a rest. You've been resting on you, Captain. See, if I go about doing anything, yeah, he's going to follow me. All right. So he's like, shit, man. You know, if I leave him at home on his own, he's going to be stressed out. Yeah. So I got to bring him with me. I know, Captain. He has your freedom to do what you like. No, no. Now the bitches are out of season. You can definitely do what you almost what you like. It's the only time when he don't have his freedom is when bitches are in season. Yeah. Tell you, Babbitt, that John, yeah, he full of adventures. Serious. Yeah. This time last year, he was preparing going off music festivals, going camping. Loads of stuff he was doing. Now this year he's out there capturing the disturbances out on the streets, the political gatherings or the anti-political gatherings. He a good fella sharing a good message. Yeah. But because I know what it's like to riot and protest, I'm a little bit, like in between places, like, I want to see that riot. I want to see it kick off. But at the same time, I don't. Because I got a lot of respect for John. And to see John getting caught up in fucking violent protest riot, it's gamage, it's like, psh. And the more he's out there, the more chances there is of it happening. I know he's a fellow of the friggin' area and he knows what he's doing. Well, even so, them coppers, them's horrible bastards. When them's got it in their heads that them's on duty and in riot uniform, they don't care who they target. Everybody's their target. In the area at the time, that's how they sees it. That's how they treats us. They're only people. And they're not sort of the people that communicate with me for better education. Oh, was there, Babbitt? I didn't catch that. Was there really? Eh? I know it. Ed. It's not the CCTV. This is the guy, police's biggest weapon. Oh no, it's not. It's us with our social media. Yeah, like I expressed for the last 2 years. It's the auditors video collection that they put up on YouTube and other social platforms. That was the evidence used against me. The police CCTV was inadequate evidence. Yeah, they don't have the same quality as the folk out on the streets with their cameras. Oh yeah, cool. We got somebody in the back chat. That's somebody that we likes. We loves this fella. He's proper.
Mhm.
Welcome in, welcome in. Can I make you a cup of tea or a cup of coffee?
But I just had coffee. That's about all I got. I'm sick of coffee. My stomach's all screwed up from coffee. Personally,
Okay, maybe I can squeeze you some.
I thought I had something kind of to along what you were talking about with Captain Jack. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Just give me a moment. My mind is gotta find it. I should have set this up, but I wasn't sure of who did it. Yeah, it'll be self-explanatory in a minute. Steve, my eyes. I've been up I was on a panel and listening to all kinds of crap until about 4 a.m. Then I had to listen to somebody try to sing. Somebody who's not near and dear to me. Oh my God. Whoops. I just screwed that up. Don't talk Nah, Jesus. This is just not meant to be. Give me a moment till I figure this out. What? Oh, duh. The zombies, time of the season. Okay, let's see if. Okay. Oh, Steve. Damn it. Don't stay up all night and think you can function.
I know, right?
Oh,
It
man.
catches up with us, doesn't it?
Well, it was worth it in some ways. In other ways, not.
It's the time of the season when love runs high. In this time, give it to me easy and let me try.
Time of the
with
season,
pleasure
Steve.
hands to take you in the sun to promised lands to show you everyone. It's the time of the season for loving. What's your name? Who's your daddy? He rich. Is he rich like me? Has he take us any time to show you what you need to live? Tell him to me slowly. Tell you what I really want to know. It's the time of the season for love.
This one's for you, Captain Jack.
And you know what? He's got his eyes open and he came to my feet.
Hang on a second, I'll stop it. You happened to mention season, and I thought the song is called Time of the Season. So there you go, Captain Jack. Oh, well. I am not responsible for my state of mind. Where'd he go?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. That song's called
Yeah.
Time of the Season. So that's for
Oh,
Captain Jack.
nice song.
Yeah, it's from the 60s. That's the song I dated a lot of teenage girls by.
But you were a teenager then, though, right?
Yeah.
In the
Zom-
60s, yeah.
The group is the Zombies, Time of the Season.
Oh, that's who they are, the zombies.
Yeah, it's a very, very old, they kind of the one-hit wonder type of thing, you know what I mean?
Right, right.
The Summer of Love. So when you said Captain Jack and all that, the season, time of the season, I remembered it. I just couldn't remember the group right away, you know, because they came and they went, you know, so to speak. But anyway, yeah. But anyway, so how are things? Did you enjoy your birthday? Do you feel older?
Mate, we sure did. We sure did. Yep. We had a day off of YouTube and just enjoyed the people's around. I got invited to a barbecue. Yeah.
Yeah,
Went
but
and barbecued with my mate.
you know the most important part of every birthday, the biggest question, Steve, is yeah, you had a good time,
Go
but
on.
did you get lucky?
I did actually. I was in bed very, very early. Yeah. Yeah, I was in bed by about 10 and asleep before 11. I was very early. Yeah, got away with it. I was very lucky.
There's That there's a guy in the general communities, right, that I was in. It wasn't like reaction, it was just a social community, if you will. And there was about 6 or 8 channels. And I don't know if the guy's working, maybe he was in his 20s. No older than 30, I'm pretty sure. Garrett 01. And he kept on going about, while I was out on my date. And then she came over and made dinner, and we watched a movie, and I walked her home. And I said to him, "But Garrett, what's the most important thing here? I want to know." He said, "What's that?" I said, "Dinner, movie, but did you get lucky?" He didn't like me that night. He didn't care for it. I said, "Listen, what's the point of a movie and a dinner and everything else if you don't get lucky?"
Yes, especially like back in the day when we'd have to rent the movie.
And I think he said something, "I don't talk about that." I said, "Okay, did she get lucky?" Some people, their shirts are so tightly starched, they can't even talk about life. But anyway.
Man, I'd give you all the boring details. If there was details to tell, I'd be telling them. Seriously. Yeah. Don't worry about it. When it happens for me, I'll be straight online telling you all about it. I might even film it. I might even go live as it's happening. Do you get me?
Yeah, look what you did last time you went live in the morning. That didn't go too well now, did it?
What happened then?
Well, let's just say you visited the trapdoor out by the old oak tree. What did I do? Uh-oh. Anyway, whatever. I haven't had a great time, Steve.
Why not?
Well, I told you about somebody left for whatever reason. Now the people the other people took off. All of a sudden, they're not there. I thought something's going on, health or something, and you get busy. Been over 3 weeks, and clearly somebody, look, quite frankly, if you want to say Blackwatch, you're a son of a bitch. At least tell me that to my face. That I can deal with. But so I don't know. Another one's gone. Every time I turn around, I don't know. Oh, well. Oh, well.
Yeah. Man, when you eat an ice cream, it's gone. Do you get me? Yeah? That's the way I've always seen people. Do you get me? Yeah? A bit like ice creams.
You know what just went through my mind? If I get it straight of what you're saying. Everybody knows the saying. Check me out of that. Life is like a box of chocolates. So, Steve, are you now saying people are like an ice cream?
Yeah, more of an ice cream than a chocolate.
They just melt away.
Yep.
Life is a box of chocolates. Life is
them out of the wrappers. Munch them or they melt.
Can I say what I was just thinking? Why not? Who cares? I've offended so many people in my life. I don't care. If life is like a box of chocolates, then how are people like a cone of ice cream with all that sticky white stuff on your fingers? Really, at this point in life, Steve, I don't give a crap. I really don't. If people can't handle me, then screw off. Not you, but you know what this is the state of mind I'm in.
But we all get like that. Like, do you remember when you first got to that state of mind? I mean, I was like in the early teens when I got to that state, or late proteins at least. When
Oh,
I confirmed it.
You're breaking up really bad. Can you say what you said again, please?
Oh yeah. Don't you
Good.
remember like thinking that years ago?
Yeah.
Because I did. I recognized it years ago.
It just happens. It's not a state of getting angry with somebody. I
No.
mean, for instance, and I did a stupid thing. There's a channel called TEDx, TEDx, and there's all kinds of walks of life, ordinary people, people with doctorates, scientists, whatever they want. They get 20 minutes to make their point, kind of like a public broadcasting service or educational thing. And the one guy came up, not one went up this morning, it was yesterday, I guess. And what he was talking about was the state of things, you know, with mental health care and everything, with professionals, and prior to that, there was something about military people that fought in Vietnam and their state of mind and post traumatic stress, and they're talking about magic mushrooms and all that, right? To treat them, you know what I mean? Is that him snoring, or is he just having a bodily function?
Back.
But
I'll be
anyway,
back in a minute. I gotta make go.
but I made a comment, Steve, something to the effect of this is the Joseph Mengele syndrome, right? I could do anything with your mind or your body, and it won't hurt me a bit. Well, everybody's trolling me now on that. You know what I mean? What they're saying is use whatever they can to try to treat your illness. So I said the simple thing about veterans with PTSD is simply don't make them veterans in the first place, and they'll be fine. But anyway, sounds like you're out of range again. Hello, Stephen, are you there? Yeah, TEDx, TEDx. Different topics. They get 20 minutes for that, and they'll talk about. Today was about batteries. A Dr. Shirley something, I think she's Chinese, talking about invent the best battery. I felt like saying, you got all kinds of ideas and no way of doing it. No suggestions on how to do it. TEDx, yeah. I unsubscribed. I wiped out my comment. I unsubscribed. That's something the woman got me hooked on was TEDx, listening to them. I think it's in Michigan, isn't it, Babette? I'm not sure that wherever that the university, whatever that forum is for TEDx. Just a bunch of think tank doctors, you know. I have a doctorate in basket weaving. Did you know that, Babette? I can weave you a very intelligent basket full of eggs. I guess we lost Steve. Yeah, it's TED, TEDx. X is an X-ray. It's a stupid channel with a bunch of moronic idiots that go to university, then they're employed by the university to sit and think. They sit there and think. I get like a philosopher. I get paid to think. I could tell them what they can do with their think. But that's just me. Hello. Wait a minute. Oh, Steve. Hey, I could be resetting his phone. The leader up, the band has died, and my arms is growing old. Blood runs through my instrument, song is in my soul. And now from a word from our sponsor. He's
Welcome back.
back.
We're back.
You're a little faint. You got a better signal, but you're a little bit low volume.
Yeah, that's because I'm outside and you're inside.
Oh well, yeah, you're outside. Yeah, sounds like you're outside. What are you doing outside?
Getting dressed. Put my clothes on.
You what?
I'm getting dressed.
Babette, close your eyes. No fair sneaking a peek between your fingers for that.
I can't be laying around naked all day, can I?
I do. Maybe it could get contagious.
Yeah,
Who knows?
Most days.
You're unique.
It is very contagious.
You are unique, you know. Most people
the best outfit I've had.
You are kind of unique, you know that. Because most people say, "Would you pardon me? I'll just step inside." Most people say, "I'll just step inside to get dressed." You say, "Give me a moment. I'll just step outside to get dressed." That could be a new trend.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, most people do that inside.
Well, you know what I say to most people that don't see my point with things? I'll just say to them, look at it from my point of view. Bend over, put your head between your legs, and kiss your ass goodbye. See? Or the ever loving, take your lower lip, put it over your forehead, and swallow. I have a question. You being of the European persuasion. What do they mean when they refer to, say you're in chat. You're in the chat, right? And somebody says on panel, Steve blows the dragon. What does that mean? I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, good. Well, that's two of us.
Smoking the dragon, I know what that's implying. But blowing the dragon, I don't know what that means.
Okay, so let's say smoking. Is it something like a lizard, if you get my drift? Is that what smoking the dragon means?
Oh, right. Oh, smoking the dragon doesn't mean that, no. No, but I know what you're saying, yeah.
Because I sat there for a minute and I just put into the chat, I don't get it, right? Enlighten me. And it never did. Somebody just giggled as a joke. And I almost said to him, look at it, that's from my point of view. Bend over, put your head between your legs, and kiss your ass goodbye. And I laughed. I feel in that.
And did they get up on camera?
Pardon?
Did they get up on camera and kiss? Did they get up on camera and kiss their own ass?
Oh no, I don't know. They didn't. I do feel in that mood because, like I said, all I did is two people. The people I'm talking about know a certain person, right? So I engaged her. little bit, and she says something about the music or something. She said, um, um, uh, she says, my eyes are stars in the sky. You know what I mean? My eyes are looking at the stars in the sky. Well, what's it, Rod Stewart? Because I put to her, and the stars in the sky don't mean nothing to you. They're a mirror. Anyway, she says, oh, I was singing that with her daughter, her older daughter. Well, so she says, I'm working on my playlist. So I said something about, I can give you a few. Do you want some, suggestions? Yeah. I said, I can't put anything in here. So I need your email. She said, well, we know these people get the email. I said, I haven't talked to them in a while. I don't know what's going on. So she gives me an email through Gmail, and it didn't work. Gmail couldn't find it. And all of a sudden, the people I'm talking about, the couple, are ignoring me. Everywhere I go, I'm being ignored. I thought, shit, I get in trouble. I don't even know I'm in trouble. You know what I mean? At least
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah.
At least somebody could say to me, bend over, put your head between your legs, and kiss your ass goodbye. But they didn't. So I don't know, Steve. I don't. But I got to talk to another guy that somebody I talked to on Friday night before. And I found out what's going on his side of the story. And I think I'm lucky to have somebody who's going through that, which I didn't know, and still get time to talk to me. But this is where I am. This is like, Steve, I don't even know I did something to myself, and apparently I did. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, oh God, I don't know. FML. FML. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'll put it in the chat. Most people would know. See what I'm saying in chat? Anyway, what are you going to do? And then I thought I was watching a comedy video. Do you know that? Never catch that dragon. Oh, I don't know. I might. But you want to know what I listened to, Steve? Listen to this. You want to know something? And it was serious? Is he gone again?
I'm still here.
It's a prepping channel, a big one. You know what I'm saying? It's big. And there's this guy that I told you. Remember I told you I pissed somebody off? I didn't mean, whatever. It was just about the gay thing and marriage. He's on it. I was trying to find whatever podcast. They call it the Radioactive Podcast. There's a number of them. But it turned out he was there. He came on. And he's in the Ozark Mountains, just outside of Little Rock, Arkansas. And he's going to fix things. You know what I mean? He has an opinion. Now, this is a guy out in the backwoods that smokes weed and drinks White Lightning, mows grass for a living, right? And complains about shit. And he's going to fix the world, right? He's going to fix the world. You know what they're talking about? How to wrap your house and block the outlets to it during a nuclear winter so you can survive it. Did you know you could do
Oh, wow.
that, Steve? All you do is you take yourself and you wrap yourself in saran wrap and you survive a nuclear winter. He's serious. They spent an hour and a half talking about it. The good thing about nuclear fallout or nuclear war is in about less time than it takes you to think how to put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. You already kissed your ass goodbye, but they're gonna figure out how to survive it. Is that stupid or what? No, like I'm not kidding you. They were serious. And the guy says on the channel, you know MREs, you know that type of thing. If you're familiar with it, he says now
Yeah.
for a word from our sponsor. Of course, they're all sponsored, right? Here's some sort of a thing, and it's not my link to Amazon, and you can buy a type of MRE that lasts you 2 or 3 days. Steve, while you're on the road and your pick-em-up truck is always full of gas during nuclear fallout winter. Have you ever gone to a gas station? There's no hydro. You can't get gas. But you see, in this world, your pick-em-up truck is always full of your shit and your gas. And you're forever driving with your loaded 45 and your 60 caliber weapon, right? These people live in a very strange world. Have you ever seen those type of videos?
Nope. Can't say I have, no.
It's
No.
you sit there at the end of it and you look in the mirror and you look at how fucked up you are and you say, I'm all right. Look at those idiots. You know what I'm saying? You know, and they believe it. It's, you know, and they're talking about the vents in the soffit. I know I've done building, I've done construction. You know, the vent in the soffit, you get the air in it. Plug them up so the radioactivity doesn't get in. I thought maybe I missed school that day when they taught stupid. You know what I mean? You know, maybe I thought I'm gonna play hooky and go drink with the guys. You know, because I don't want to learn how to be stupid. You know, these guys come up and they said, I got a doctorate in stupid. It was either basket weaving or stupid. So I thought I'd go to university to learn how to be stupid. And then I'm going to teach it to other stupid people so they can be more stupid. And guess what, Steve? They believe in God. They also believe God came along and it's God's ordained right to give them the right, God-given right to be stupid. Did you know that? You go every Sunday to the bricks and mortars. Yeah, you go every Sunday to the bricks and mortars church. And you get down on your knees in the pew and you give 10% of what you earned and you say, God, please make me stupid. And guess what? God made them stupid. Dude. So it's your birthday. What do you want to do?
Just chillax, get stoned, smoke some weed, eat good food. Not much else to do.
No, one of those days. I don't know. I know what you're saying. I'm sitting here. The food's run out. The cigarettes can't get ordered. They just got ordered because I told you, they screwed up the shipping. Canada Post screwed it up. They didn't know where it is. And now that I can't order them to the 19th of the month. I get the money at the end of the month and they said, oh, no, you ordered them at the beginning of the month, so you can't order them at the end of the month. Okay, so I got to wait to the first. So I usually get them in the first week, right? First week of the month, they're here. Oh, no, they screwed up. They forgot to say we're out of stock. They don't send you an email and say, hey, we're out of stock. They wait until you figure out, where's my shit? I already paid you money. Where's my shit? Oh, we're out of stock on shit. Would you like other dog shit? How about cow shit? How about bullshit? And then by the time you get it straightened around, Canada Post loses it. Then they say, I'm sorry, you can't order to the 19th of the month. Then you say, let me talk to somebody in charge so I can get it backed up to the beginning of the month. Well, the person that's in charge is off this week. They'll be back next week. Then when the person comes back that's in charge next week, they're not in charge enough to change shit, right? But they get paid for being in charge. But the only thing they're in charge of is bullshit. You know, like,
mad, isn't it?
oh,
And they want to have a successful business. I'd rather no business than bad business.
Oh,
You get me?
I don't, you know what it comes down to? It's a simple thing, rule of business. A carton of cigarettes, 200, whether it's 8.25s or 10.20s, 200, is $190 because of tax. From them, a carton is 43 plus shipping. It's basically, if you don't want this, somebody else will. Bugger off. I don't sell it to you.
I bought 500 grams. Yeah, I bought 500 grams of tobacco off of a friend the other day. 10 euros.
That's about $11 or less than $15 anyway.
Yep. And that's about a pound of tobacco as well, yeah. Yeah, because there's two pounds, 2 kilo in there.
Well, I know. So
2.2 pounds.
You roll your own. Sorry. So you roll your own. So they're non-filtered cigarettes, right? They're non-filtered. See, I remember my dad. I don't know if he started smoking in the army or what, but he smoked non-filter, and he's always going around because he's got tobacco in his mouth. You know. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah.
I can't roll them, Steve. But you
can roll it so you don't get that. You can roll it so you don't get the tobacco in your mouth.
Yeah, but it's beside the point. I can't physically do that. It's not possible for me to do that. So, you know.
Okay.
The history of the filter. They first brought out the filter in cigarettes so that women would smoke. But the thing is, everybody says, well, it's filtered, so it's not so strong. Truth of it is, a filtered cigarette, as far as nicotine, everything, the smoke, everything, is 10 times the strength of a non-filtered cigarette. 10, it's like smoking 10 cigarettes. So they say. But anyway.
I don't like those cigarettes with the filters. I don't like them. And I only put roaches in my joints because out of habit. You get me? Yeah. I don't always have to put roach in my system.
Well, what I found, because sometimes my dad would not smoke filters. If he took one of mine, if he got a cigarette or something and he couldn't break the filter off, it's kind of like he had like a frog in his mouth. You know what I mean? Like, this is weird, But I tried to wet. I tried to wet a non-filter cigarette, like a plain cigarette. I just wet it a bit with my finger and then tap it on the desk, and I still got tobacco in my mouth.
Yeah. You get used to it. You get used to rolling, and like Babette points out, if you can get rolling tobacco, there's machines that can make. You can buy cheap machines to make your cigarettes for you. You can buy filters.
There's a guy there's very few. There's only two left of what I call the old guard. Two people, and one of them, his wife. He's 6. Imagine this. Chuck is 6'7.5", 285 pounds. His wife is 4'11", about 90 pounds soaking wet. But he has one of those machines. One of those machines you're talking about. She had a stroke, I built. But he's got one of the machines you're talking about. And he has like a sunroom, an old house in Texas. And he has it on the desk, and you're when he's spinning the wheel on it, the roll. And everybody, the people with headsets on, all of a sudden their ears are bleeding because of this machine cranking around, rolling a cigarette. I know what you're saying, but I couldn't use it, Steve. I can't see.
Right. I understand you.
And then my right shoulder, the house I had, the last one, I dug the holes for the fence post. I could have had a guy with a tractor come in and dig them. Point is, my right shoulder is shot. I can't hold anything with the right hand. Point is, I can't physically do it. It's just, just what it is. It's called stupid. I have my share of stupid. I was stupid. And you know what the best part of, you know what the most
Very
stupid,
young and innocent. There's no such thing as.
I was 40. I
There's
was
no
30.
stupidity until afterwards.
I was 40 years old. I was too old to be stupid. I should have known better. But I did it. Mm. And
So you can't. I'll put me a screen on solo a minute.
What?
Zena. I put myself on big screen a minute. Yeah, because I got 4. I'm sitting with 4 dogs at the moment. These are 2 females. Oh, these are 2 females from the noisy neighbor. Here's one.
So
she's like the size of Grizzles nearly.
So this is Steve Sunday, where Steve is just sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. Right? Steve is sitting on the dock of the bay. But anyway. So no Mrs. Magpie tonight?
Not yet. Not yet. It's Sunday. It's a family day, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's midnight there, isn't it? Is it? No, it's not that late.
No, it's an hour before me. Yeah, there's an hour behind me in the UK.
Yeah, it's 7 at night.
If it's 8, yeah, it's 7:11 over there now.
Probably just finished tea not long ago.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, it's 2024. Why did the English still call it tea? By now they should call it supper, dinner. How did you end up?
It takes a little while. It takes a bit of while, but they are getting used to it.
But that I know about tobacco in a can. I mean, it's always been there. I know what you're saying, but I just never did it for some reason. I rolled a lot of reefers, in my day, but no. Hey, Steve. Oh, Steve. Did you catch?
Oh, Black.
Oh, Steve, did you catch the about a few hours ago karaoke session? I caught one, and I
I
had
did catch somebody. I did. Yeah, there is a few karaoke sessions going on this afternoon. I did catch a couple. Yeah,
no, no, it was just
some in Philippines, one in England, one in Americas. Yeah.
yeah. Well, there's one in America, and I have to now replace every glassware set in the apartment. Oh God, that was terrible. Oh
It's not
jeez.
about the It's not about the performance. It's about the performing. You know, like at least these people are trying. You know, like yeah. I mean, they're having fun doing what they're doing. And yeah, even though they sound terrible and they look ridiculous doing it, and they choose the most pathetic or hideous songs, it's like it's what they want to do. So yeah, happy days. You know, yeah.
I know that, but then I understand. I try to temper it. But there's a guy that I told you about, Mr. B, and he created a trucking company. You know what I mean? He got one truck, two trucks. He sold it. He's retired. He's in his 60s, for sure. And he was music's everything. He was a drummer and everything like that. But he's stopped it. He had a thing the other day, and he says, "I'm no longer doing karaoke." He's going to do like a talk thing. But his reasoning was the malevolent forces have gotten into karaoke. The bad ones, and I know who he's meaning. Do you know what I mean? The malcontent. So he's not going to do it anymore. Not going to do it anymore. Now and again, you know what I mean? But the channel's not going to be that. So,
Mm.
and he sings well. He can really do Elvis, and he puts the noise cancellation off so you get the echo, kind of,
Right,
with the
right.
voice. And he can do, all the Elvis songs and different ones. He's very knowledgeable, for lack of a better word.
Like
But anyway, he's finished with it, Steve. That's the point. He's not going to do it anymore. And I agree with it. You know what I mean? He's right. He's correct on his reasonings and everything else. So I mean, there goes one good one less channel.
Hey, Blackwatch, I've seen a lot of that on my time on YouTube and 2 years on YouTube. Yeah, I've seen a lot of good people's like backtracking away from it or doing something different because there's too many people doing what they were doing. And you know, it's like I don't know. Yeah, it's nice to explore so many things, but you know, like yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Each their own.
Well, the
Mm.
thing,
Some people need to things and find different hobbies. You know, like being stagnant and getting stuck in the same things. You know, like that's boring. So finding new hobbies, yeah, and yeah, happy days. And it's better to move, you know, like this maturity that your friend is showing. Yeah, I mean that is maturity to be able to move on and you know, like recognize that okay, like other people are distracting and taking away the eye that he's looking for. So you know, like yeah, he'll go and find a different height. That's
oh,
maturity.
he is that. He's definitely, he's in his 60s, mature. He's experienced in life. I get what he was saying. Like he likes golf, but I mean physically and everything else, and he does it online. So he went on live one time, and usually it's music, you know what I mean, and some singing and whatever. And the entity of which he spoke, one of them, because he kind of says, I'm going to do the golf thing. So I said, Mr. B, do you mind if I, on chat, if you mind if I play through? And I said, can I use your ball washer for a moment, But the guy comes in, he says, what are you doing? In other words, where's the music? And he says, look, I've taken a break. A guy in chat, I've taken a break. This is what I like doing. You know, if you want to stay here, watch. If not, go away. At the end of it, he kicked him out. He kicked him out for the end of the video. He said, I'm not listening to your shit. I said, I'm not listening to you. You're not going to mess up my day. Bye. And we had a lot of fun, Steve. Had a lot of fun in that. But the thing was, I told you, I'm banned. He got together with the guy that banned. He got together on that channel later, right? And the guy I'm talking about that owned the channel died September 27th last year. So our relationship was my relationship with this guy was tentative until we ironed things out, if you know what I mean, got to know one another on one-to-one. But that's why he changed the channel. He says, I'm finished mourning Shane. Shane Phelps died. He said, I'm finished mourning him. Time to move on. I thought, I never mourned him when the son of a bitch died. It didn't bother me. It's true. That guy was a prick to me, quite honestly. I'll say it straight. I'm not going to mix words. He's a real outside narcissistic little prick. You know, so why should I care if he died? Actually, he came out of the hospital when I met him the first time on somebody's panel. And I thought to myself, you don't clean up your life, you're going to die. And he didn't, and he died. Duh. So I look at it this, Steve, if somebody's got to die, better him than me, right? Go ahead.
That is it. Yeah.
I'm in one of those moods. I am.
Happy Sunday.
Yeah, I'm just done. I'm just done. You know what I mean? Quite frankly, and you know, it's a plus 18. I'm kind of like, hi, this is me. I'd like to get along. If you don't want to get along, fuck you. Have a nice day. Bend over, put your head between your legs, and kiss your ass. You know what I'm saying, Steve? Like, there's people that I don't know how much more I could have gone out of my way. And all of a sudden, you're gone. And I'm thinking, what the fuck did I do? So
it's not about what you're doing. It's never about what you're doing unless you're doing it. Yeah. What other people doing is up to them. What they does. Do you get me? Yeah. And it's not up to us to explain it or express it or
A friend of mine claimed. I think you ever hear of Paul Harvey? He's a legend.
Nope.
He's a legend in the United States. It sounds like him. I'll play this for you. It's not very good because I recorded it off the speaker. But listen to this. Shoot, give me a moment. Damn thing. Bloody hell, what's wrong with this thing?
It's technology.
There it goes. There it goes.
If you're unloved, let go. If they choose someone or something over you, move on. Not everyone you love will stay. Not everyone you trust will do good. I don't care about losing people who don't want to be in my life anymore. I've lost people who meant the world to me, and I'm still doing just fine. Always speak how you feel, and never be sorry for being real. You may not be able to control every situation and its outcome, but you can control your attitude and how you deal with it. Do good, and will come back to you in unexpected ways. Be happy with what you have while working for what you want. Remember that some things have to end for better things to begin.
Concluded. Sorry about that. It wasn't very good. That was,
So it sounds like an old cassette recording.
Well, it was coming off speakers, you know, I recorded it coming, he played it on StreamYard. And what he said to me, I knew it, Steve. The friend said to me, I can tell you why. I can tell you why it hurts. I can tell you why you're reacting the way you did. And of course, I knew it. He said, they touched your life. They touched you. They touched your life. And now they decided to move on, like that recording. They let them go. Kick them the fuck out. The hell with them. That's what he said. You bend over backwards,
Yeah.
you know? You bend over backwards, and all you end up doing is kissing your own ass, and that's what they want, you know? Anyway, that's the mood I'm in. Is just, you know, what more can you do? Which I'll try this, see if you can hear this better. I don't know if you can. I don't know if this will be any clearer through Firefox.
Accept it. If you're unloved, let go. If they choose someone or something over you, move on. Not everyone you love will stay. Not everyone you trust will be loyal. I don't care about losing people who don't want to be in my life anymore. I've lost people who meant the world to me, and I'm still doing just fine. Always speak how you feel, and never be sorry for being real. You may not be able to control every situation and its outcome, but you can control your attitude and how you deal with it. Do good, it will come back to you in unexpected ways. Be happy with what you have while working for what you want. Remember that some things have to end for better things to begin.
I don't know if you can hear that better through a Firefox instead of through the player.
We did hear it better. I did hear it better through Firefox, yeah.
Yeah, the other one gets the echo through the speakers, which it came through, you know, he shared it through StreamYard. He uses StreamYard. But you know what I said to him? When you think about it, Steve, I think I touched on that before with you. For instance, when my divorce was final and I got served the papers, because I didn't use a lawyer and I'm looking at the papers, essentially, if you don't contest this, your wife, soon to be ex-wife, gets her name back. That's all. But isn't there, without thinking, the presumption that you have all kinds of time? Okay, I learned from this. I'm going to move on. And hopefully something will come in life. But you have the time, right? You have eternity. You have eternity to learn and move on and experience something else. But tell me, what happens when all of a sudden you realize you don't have that time? What happens when they say to you, what happens when they say to you, well, then learn from it, Steve? And you turn to them and say, I don't have the time. And what else am I supposed to learn? Because I'm just reliving what already hurt me. What am I supposed to learn from it? Hello, Eddie Gannon.
Hello, Eddie.
The bottom of
Eddie was up this morning early, 4 o'clock this morning, playing guitar, singing good songs. Right. I was the first music channel I tuned into, J Blues, this morning. Yeah.
I listened for about 5 minutes, and there was a birthday party somewhere. I couldn't sleep, so I ended up putting something on and just laid down. I turned YouTube off. Because frankly, I got sick of people.
Wow.
You know, you turn around, you know what I mean, Steve? You do this stuff, and it's like no matter what you do, that's what happens. Like the guy said in that voiceover thing. Not all the people, not all
Crazy
the
hillbilly.
Not all the trustworthy people would turn out to be loyal. Yeah, I thought you were up all night.
Exactly. Exactly. Most people who are vampires, mate. You know, like, yeah, really. They're only in you for, you know, the friends that you've got, the job that you've got, the lifestyle that you live, the secrets that you hold.
Yeah, but you know,
I've learned that in life.
if God's in charge, right? If God's in charge, if there's a God, you would think they'd take those people and tattoo on their forehead, "What's in it for me?" You know, so you look at somebody and you look at their forehead, it says, "What's in it for me?" And you know that they're assholes, right? God should put a little
Well,
tattoo. God,
the thing is they do have tattoos. They do have the godly tattoos. It's just like you have to be like, you know, like in tune to recognize it. I mean, like, there's a perfect example. That French strangler that got out of the car when I was living in that hippie community. How did I know he was a bad character? Only then to
usually,
warrant 200 police making a manhunt for him. Do you get me? Yeah. How did I know that he was a bad character? Yeah.
usually, if
It
I
was
can answer,
like I said, some people, yeah, most people are marked by God, and it's up to us to recognize. Yeah, working with the light or working in the dark, you get to recognize. Most people, why they called sheeple? Yeah, because they act like sheep. Yeah, they follow. Do you get me? They follow each other. It's not about being an individual and being themselves. People are scared and intimidated being themselves.
you
It's
know what
easier
I
to be somebody else.
personally, Steve, in my experience in life, you just said, "How did you know?" If I knew, it'd be in their eyes. You can't hide yourself in your own eyes. That's why
Mm,
people look at you and turn away. They won't look you in the eye. That's my experience.
mm.
I could give you a number of examples in my life. You know, where I'm trying to find out about the ex. Like I said, we're trying to get along again, and this woman down the hall. And I said to her, "Do you know where Lynn is?" She says, "No." I looked her in the eye. I said, "You bitch, yeah, you do, and I know what's going on." I was right. Hi, Eddie.
Yeah, mate. I've experienced one of those as well. The girl that I walked from the beach with, yeah, she getting battered by her boyfriend at the beach. I walked her into that hippie community. Within a few days, yeah, I'm curious to where she's at, and this girl that knew where she was at wouldn't tell me, and she told me if she wanted me to know, she would have told me.
Yeah.
And yeah, what I'd learned is that she was not in a very good situation in her position, and she really did need somebody, you know, like to go and help her out of that situation she was in. But like,
Yeah.
you know, like, yeah,
But
crazy, crazy.
I talked to the fellow, and he was good about it for about 2 hours, and we really get to rather deep subject matter. You know what I mean? When we talk, he's. I'm lucky to have a friend like that. I thought I was lucky enough to have other friends that I'm talking about, and I maybe Steve. All of a sudden, I'll get a surprise. I'll get an email and say, "Let's talk," but I don't think so. It's been almost a month. You know, what the fuck did I do?
It's not about you or what you did; it's what they did. You get me, yeah? People always go because they did something, and they're trying to tell you that it's something that you did. But it's more about what they did, what they're doing.
I got a few ideas, and sometimes you get too close. You know what I mean? Because it's a couple that's been together a long time, and I kind of said, "Tell me if you know what the discussion," because I don't mean it that way. That kind of there's a line, invisible line, and she
Mm.
said, "Well, I already talked about it. I'll let you know." Okay. So the point is, I don't know if I crossed that line, and if I did, we already established. You tell me. Like I said, Steve, I'd rather somebody, go on Skype or whatever it is, something like this. Look me in the face and say, "You're a son of a bitch. Fuck off. This is what you did. You pissed me off." And at least I can go, well, yeah, I didn't mean to, but I guess I did, you know? But to
Yep.
go around the back doors like this, and something else that happened? I
Go
talked
on.
to a few, about the subject matter that I wasted 32 months of my life with. I
All right.
talked to a few close people. One woman suggests, she's in Texas. She's no child. That she says, from what I understand, don't be surprised if there's some contact. I said, I don't see it. But Skype, have you ever used Skype?
Nope.
It's well, it's like a messenger. It's an old thing Microsoft sold.
I
It's
heard
for,
about it. Yeah, I heard.
but anyway, it says if people's gone for like 6 days, on the 7th day it'll say days away, right? It's been days. Well, it was a month or two. And I kind of went to look at the other person that I'm talking about, that I don't know what I did. So there's a number of chats, you know what I mean? Number of people or something. So I clicked this one and it used to say days away, right? More than 6 days, weeks, month and a half. All of a sudden it said 15 hours ago. I don't know if she opened it to sign out, get rid of it, or what. So I left something there. I don't know, Steve. I'm stupid. But you want to know something else?
Go on.
Shoot me for this. I don't care. But I'm trying to figure this out, right? And remember when Mrs. Magpie's daughter kind of wasn't too well?
Yeah.
And across my mind, I thought to myself, talking to my friend, why did I do that? Why did I even bother with her? But I answered my own question because that's what I do, and she was worth it. Damned if you do and damned if you don't, right?
Right.
Anyway, YouTube. I don't know, Steve. Sometimes it's better to keep your mouth shut. You know that? Really?
Yeah.
But anyway, you know what I'm saying? I think you can't help, if you've lived a while in life, you can't help but hit points like this, where you turn around and you say, what did I do and why did I bother? Exactly what that recording sounds like Paul Harvey to me. Paul Harvey is an American legend. He is, or was. He's gone now. Anyway, I'm not quite finished my rant yet, Babette. I got a few more things to say.
Go and get it said, brother. Get it said.
Oh, geez. I don't know what to say. I don't know what I did.
When?
Well, for them to go away and be silent, this is what I mean. At least I can come on here and swear about something, but I don't know what the something is. Somebody would say, that's too bad. What happened? What did you do? I don't know.
Well, sit in suspense until you get the answers, isn't it?
Well, it's kind of like the husband wearing the frying pan on his head. And his friend says, what did you do? And he says, I don't know. She never told me. She just hit me with the damn thing. You know? I know I did that. I'm not questioning. I just got so pissed off. I know I was right that. I mean, I didn't think about it. I don't have to. It's just part of me. It's just what you do. But it's like everybody else to just go. I have no clue what I did. I told you about I got banned on one channel. I got angry, the IT guy. Then the other guy, because I was in his, and I was talking about the other guy's broadcast. But Steve, if the second guy said to me, look, I got to deal with the other guy. You know what I mean? So in case he comes in here, watch what you say. Fine. But because he would benefit from the other guy's channel with subscribers, he banned me without saying why. I sent him an email and said, what the fuck did I do now? Never answered. At least I know. What it is that I'd rather get rid of you as a friend. So I have this other guy's channel and I can get more subscribers from. A 6'4" pile of American shit.
We've seen a lot of that on YouTube as well as we see it in the real world. Do you get me? Yeah. And this is like this to people's. You know, like they think they're being clever when they're on YouTube doing all this malicious stuff that they're doing to complete strangers. If they're doing that to complete strangers, like I mean, so easily, this is their character, and this is where what they do to their loved ones.
Yeah.
You get me? That's what I read into it, Blackwatch. Do you get me? Yeah. So if people are acting like that, then you're better off without them. Do you get me? Yeah. You've done a favor. Do you get me? Yeah.
Actually, the first guy, Steve, I got in touch because I interacted through his with the second guy, and I said, you know, I kind of like his email. So he brokered it, and the other guy said, yeah, I think Blackwatch is funny. I want to talk to him. We were close. We were close, dude. We were close for a while. So I sent him one of my form letters, you know, my YouTube form letters. It says to, and then you put in the name. In order to promote your YouTube channel, would you please bend over, put your head between your legs, and kiss your ass? Because I'm not going to. One of the form letters
every time you say it.
You know, like, yeah, well, the back end of that is because I'm not going to, right? Kiss your own ass because I'm not going to. You know? But it's you know, at least you know. I knew what that was. You know, and I said to him quite frankly, I said, I understand why you're sticking around with Doug Betts, but believe me, it's not wise to put a toothpick between your teeth. You know what I'm saying, Dave? Watch out for the toothpick. You know what I'm saying?
We get you loud and proud.
What he's sucking on, quite frankly. You know, and I kind of make people think. I don't come out usually and say things. I just kind of infer them. Yeah, let them figure out. But anyway, I don't regret anything, you know, about that night, and I don't. It was a lot of fun. It served the purpose and everything else, and hopefully everybody got something out of it. But sometimes you sit there and go, what more could I have done? And you know what the answer to that is, Steve? When you can't figure out what more you could have done, probably because you did too much. Think about it.
Exactly.
But anyway. But there's my point. These things, well, you learn from it, go on. The assumption that you have the time to learn from it. The assumption, when you think about it, that you have time to learn it and go on. Well, what would you do if you already knew you only have 6 months, Steve? How would you look at it? You know, anyway.
Well, for one thing, I wouldn't be sitting still. I'd keep walking for those 6 months.
Actually, that woman has a friend, 3 years her senior. She has cancer. I have no doubt this is the last year on Earth. She always took bus and tour rides. She's still doing it as best as she can. It takes a very strong-willed, physical person to do that, Steve. Where do you want to die, Steve? In a bus? I don't know.
Well, I was watching the documentary a couple of years ago before I came on YouTube, yeah, and it was about these people that go out on the cruises or go out flying around the world, and that's all they're doing every day, and they loves it, They get they get fed, they get housed, they get funerals if they die out on the cruises. Happy days. Yo, John.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
You right, buddy?
Yeah. Good.
Those are Black Watch, don't you?
John,
Hello, Black Watch.
how you doing, John?
I'm good. Thank you.
A good Sunday to you.
Yes, a good Sunday to you as well. Hope you're well.
Just so you know, John.
Yeah.
You're nothing but an ice cream cone. If you missed that part of Steve's analogies of life, we're just a cream cone. Stay cool or you'll melt and get sticky all over your fingers.
This is true, yeah.
You know what, Steve? You should write for Cosmopolitan magazine. This month at Cosmopolitan, Steve shares his outlook on life. You're all a bunch of ice cream cones.
Yeah. It's
Watch out for the sticky white stuff on your fingers. I can't get over that. Oh my God. How do you come up with these gems, Steve? And Steve's saying, I don't know. I just open my mouth and they come out.
they just come out, don't they? Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
I blame the LSD from many years back and the mushrooms and the ketamine, DMT, and the many years of chronic smoking.
But anyway, I should send you the link to that TEDx, you know, what you just said, Steve. So you watched the one of the Vietnam vet, the interview. It's disturbing.
Welcome, Eddie.
Cheers, Steve.
Hello, Eddie.
Hello, John. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir.
You're not familiar with each other, no?
What's that?
John and Eddie, you're not familiar with each other?
No, I've never spoken to Eddie before. But,
Okay.
You know.
But Eddie's one of them cool fellas. Yeah, he one of them cool fellas. He go around rock and rolling all day, every day.
Yeah.
Actually, Eddie knew Shane Phelps, didn't you, Eddie?
I knew Shane.
Yeah.
Who's Shane Phelps from?
He's an American guy that was in, where was he?
I believe it was Texas, if I'm not mistaken.
He's Oklahoma. A little town called Beaver, Oklahoma. It's kind of like they have beaver dry cleaners where you take your beavers in to get it. Anyway, Shane died, John.
Okay.
September the 27th, 2023, he died.
Okay.
He went into Texas. He got born in.
That was a sad fucking tale, though.
Yeah, but Eddie, I was the first panel when he came back from the first time in the hospital in Kansas City. First panel he did, I was on or something, and honestly, I thought if he didn't change his lifestyle, he would die, and he did. But anyway,
What was his lifestyle?
he
I mean, to be fair, you couldn't control like what happened, you know.
Yeah,
Like he ended up dying of a stroke. You know,
yeah.
like there's nothing you could have done.
He was a good guy, but he was also the first one to ban me on YouTube. And he was wrong.
Bloody hell.
He was
Well,
wrong.
that's a bit.
He had an opinion of two women that I didn't share. And in
Okay.
the end, John, the two women left. There you go. That he thought were good. Anyway, I'm not going to speak ill of him.
Yeah.
Frankly, it didn't bother me. He was foolish.
Did he used to do panels then? Do YouTube type?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He used to be
Okay.
with a woman's thing in Texas, and then he opened his own YouTube.
Okay. Funny to say of Texas. The other day I was looking at a bit of history in this part of London,
Yeah.
and I'm thinking about 1880. That Texas wanted to be an independent country, and had their first consulate there, and it was there for about 2 years, and then they left and didn't pay the rent that was owed. And cleared off in about 1890 or something like that. Bit of history for you.
Technically, unlike states, Texas was almost a country of its own.
Yeah.
It has.
Yeah.
It's a very strange history, and there's
Maybe
actually
it's just.
there's been recent talk of secession in Texas again if they vote for it. It's more or less
Yeah.
it's like the province of Quebec in Canada.
Oh yeah.
I got
Okay.
sick of it. I said to them, you know, if they want separation, if they want referendum, fine, do it. This is way back in Trudeau's father's time.
Yeah.
You know, vote. You want to leave Canada, leave, but you can't leave. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're right in the middle of Canada. What are we going to do? Build a 500 or 1,000-mile bridge over top of you? You know, whatever.
Yeah. It's that's the French speaking part, isn't it? Of Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're very odd folk.
Yeah. It's mainly the east side that is
Yeah.
French speaking, and the west side is British Columbian. So
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the French never much like the English.
No, but everything. Have you said Canada Revenue Agency? Now it's Revenue du Canada.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
They want every.
It's Air Canada. Everything got shifted. You know, everything's been bent to the English interpretation of the French pronunciation.
see the reason for that is because like the Canadian capital is of course Ottawa.
Yeah, technically Ottawa is part of Ontario and Quebec. Queen Victoria chose it in collaboration with the Canadian government as you say, the capital of Canada. Ottawa.
Well, what year was that? You know, was that like in the 50s or something? Or
18.
Oh.
Canada Confederation occurred in 1867.
Okay.
It was shortly after Queen Victoria. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Albert was gone by then, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But
wow.
Yeah, I knew a guy. I worked in an aircraft company, and there's a guy that was Yugoslavian, I think. But he was a journalist. He used to be a journalist, and he could speak 8 languages. 8.
Yeah, that's good.
So I've been through Quebec going to the East Coast and that. But anyway, it was around Montreal or something, you know. And him and the family, because he had a girl and a boy, actually died of stomach cancer. But anyway, he went into McDonald's, right? The family goes in. And he says to the young lady behind the counter, I don't know, fries, And she looks at him like she doesn't understand him. So she,
Oh, what? She's French speaking, is she?
so she says to him, "Comment ça va, monsieur?" And
Yeah.
he says to her, "Look at little girl, when you can speak 8 different languages fluently, come back to me. Now, Bill, my order, she could speak English just fine.
Yeah, I know. I know.
That's what they're like. That's what they're like.
Yeah, I've had the same in my ex. Her parents were from Catalan, like near Barcelona, and they like have a different language to Spanish,
Yeah.
and they won't. You have to order in Catalan, or at least try, or they won't serve you. It really is like that was what it was like a few years ago when I went. But
I used to go on a performance shop. There was 2 brothers, and they had Portuguese descent, drag cars, and we got a contract to go out the east coast of Canada. It's a 2.5 car trailer, exhibition. Point is, we were coming back, got to go through Quebec. And I said to him, "Joe, slow down, right? Cloverleaf. It's going to be cops, Quebec Provincial Police." He didn't. There was. They pulled us over, gave him a ticket. But I said, before the cop came up, took a couple miles to catch us. I said, if he starts talking French, start talking Portuguese. I don't understand Portuguese, which he said, "I'm not going to do that." And I said, "What's the matter? Quebec jails are really nice this time of year."
yeah,
Yeah, but anyway, most are good, but a few of them are, you know what I mean? They're belligerent. But there's just as many English people that way.
yeah. This is true. We're just as bad.
Oh,
We
there's
think everyone should speak English throughout the whole world, and we do wonder why you can't.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
we think everyone should speak Irish, but
Yeah. Same
no,
thing.
no,
You
no
know
one's
what I mean?
fucking perfect.
Yeah, I know. It's just
Well, the company I worked for was de Havilland Aircraft, so that's British. De Havilland.
de Havilland. Did you say?
De Havilland Aircraft.
Yeah.
So it's English based. AV Row, the Admiral era, it was AV Row in there. But the point was, there was some guy that was Union or something. He was English, definitely, Mike Mile. And apparently he went through the guardhouse, had a heart attack, and somehow he got straight days, which I don't understand. But he had a pipe, and some of the guys used to put rubber bands in it. But you know what I mean? A short, stocky kind of Englishman, and he stood up and go, blah, 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 like this. And I said, the great Robin is about to, expose his red breast. You know what I'm saying? When the English, blah, 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 like he's going to
Yeah. That's maybe he was upper class, like.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they have a certain way of speaking.
They probably thought you was fucking Churchill or something.
Yeah. You do get them.
But he was like a caricature of a person.
Yeah. They're out there. They are out there.
Yeah,
I've met
like
plenty of me.
when you listen to the Lords. But anyway, he
Stephen Fry is like that, isn't he?
Stephen Fry was he went to fucking Oxford and all that. He was all posh. I think he got done for credit card fraud.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, he went to prison, I think. So he's a very funny man, but he's I don't know what he does in his private life, but
I think, I mean, he's a well-known atheist, and he's hardcore about it as well.
Yeah. He used to when I was a black cab driver, he used to he bought a black cab for himself to drive around London. But it weren't licensed. You could buy them just off the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like out of the showroom. He used to drive around in one of them. I think he went to America and he drove around America in a London black cab. They made a series about it. That was quite good,
Yeah.
showing all the big good bits of America and stuff like that. It was quite a good television program, really. That was like about 20 years ago, I think.
But it seems that, you know, they're all like that. I remember, you know, my dad, I didn't really rent his house when I got married or whatever, but there was an influx of Italian, right? Now it's Chinese over there, but it was Italian. And the point was, to the right, there was Vito somebody. To the left of me was um, um, different ones. I forget the last
Tony
name.
Wong?
But the point was, in Italy, Sicily, the people in the north of Sicily think they're better than the ones in the south. The south, they're just laborers.
Yeah, yeah.
North Sicily are the intellectuals, right? So, I mean, every country has that. You know,
Yeah. I think it's some very poor areas in
Yeah.
that part of Italy, you know. I think that's where all the old mafia type people come from, that area.
Well, I had to drive through Italy practically to go to work. You know, that whole North York area was the, you know, when soccer was out there and you had like the, what is it, red, white, and green striped flags, you know? It was a lot of Italian, but I got along with them quite well for the most part. They were good neighbors.
Yeah. They're pretty conservative people, you know what I mean? They're like the Spanish. They're like very family orientated.
You know, the one thing,
From my experience, you know.
you know, the one thing I didn't like them for. If you take the Danforth was a street, you know, East Toronto, and a lot of Italian social club. So if you take a little storefront and you have display windows right or left, and the doorway is somewhat indented, you know what I mean? Like an 8 foot indentation. I go in and I buy gelato. I get out the door, I get halfway down the walkway, and it falls off the cone on the ground.
Is it too hot?
Gelato, Italian ice cream.
Yeah.
I get out the door, walk 4 feet, and it falls out of the cone on the ground. And I go back in and say, pack it tighter this time. Italian ice cream. You might as well don't put it in a cone, put it in a carton. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Because they use a paddle. You ever seen it? Use a paddle
Yeah.
in the cone.
Yeah.
It's great stuff, but it keeps falling out of the damn cone.
Very delicate. Yeah.
It was 10 cents a cone.
Back in the day, we used to call it a banana split.
Yeah.
So you from Ireland, Eddie? Obviously.
Yeah.
You still over there, are you?
Yeah, I'm still over here. Yeah.
Okay. I was just asking because I know the Irish travel well. That's why I was asking.
I'm still over here for my sins, unfortunately.
Yeah. And how are you finding life at the moment over there? Is it difficult?
Really tough.
Yeah. There's a lady who's got a YouTube channel on here called Lady of Air. She does. I've spoken to her. She's a nice lady. Her other half, Paul. They come in my lives. She does good panels. And,
yeah. I might have came across her actually.
I'm sure you have, man. You must have. Lady of Air. She's got.
Lady Eire.
She's all.
Eire. The Irish spelling of Ireland. EIRE.
Yeah, Eire.
Yeah. So you should check her channel out. She's
yeah, drop the link there, and
I met a nice geezer from Ireland. He was over in London doing a speech about political stuff involving kids and shit. Can't remember his name. I think his name was Eddie. I think got a flat cap. About 40 years old. Can't remember his second name. I'll have to look it up. I had a few words with him. He was like a nice fella to talk to. Good wordsmith, you know what I mean? Can speak in front of a crowd, you know what I mean? Which I think I would struggle to do. Yeah, Steve, I was just coming on to tell you my live stream yesterday.
Yeah.
What happened? We went over to Hyde Park and we sat over at Hyde Park. Not really a lot was going on, but it was like you could smell it as soon as you walked into the park, you know what I mean? And it was all pretty relaxed and all that, you know. And then we walked back into the West End and when I had a beer in one pub and we were walking up past Trafalgar Square and I was still live streaming and I crossed the road to see these two geezers, man, both in mini skirts and like little strappy tops with beards. And I said to my mate, I went, have a look at these two, you know what I mean? We were fucking rolling up and started filming them and they fucking turned, didn't they? They were fucking started, they started a little bit of a shouting match and all that, you know what I mean? And then the police turned up with fuck me, mate. Just in the right old states. I've just too many, too many mini dresses, man.
Riot. That's the mini riot Babette mentioned then.
Yes,
Wow.
that's what I was coming up to tell you. Yeah. There's some fucked up people.
Mate, seriously, the last thing you want to be doing is approaching fellas in dresses. Seriously.
Yes, exactly. Yes, 100%, mate. I'm never going to do that again, mate.
Why did I wear a dress last July? Where Ultra was taking the piss out of me. He thought I was a bitch and he could fuck me, so I wore a dress. That's why us men dresses loud and proud. Yeah? Because it don't matter what we're wearing, we're still men. Yeah, and a lot of men want to take the piss out of us because we're wearing a dress. But you want to be careful, do you get me?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
They don't see out about fucking Scots, do they?
Oh, no, they weren't Scots either. No, these are fucking. Oh,
they wear dresses all the fucking time.
Yeah, they were fucking like mini skirts on, like, and like, it's not that, they had full beard. And I thought, and my mate.
It wasn't Ultra, was it?
No,
it wasn't Ultra.
No. It was
because he's got a beard and he's been known to wear dresses. So you
mate, fuck all that, Steve. That's a load of bollocks, mate. You know?
Yeah, I don't think he's the sort to be wearing.
You can't fucking judge you, can you?
No, but they had like the other one had a really hairy chest as well. We had like a strappy top on. Like, I looked at him and thought, what the fuck, mate? Did you not look in the mirror?
Or like really? ZZ Top cross fucking Right Said Fred sort of characters.
Yeah, a bit like that, but younger. You know what I mean? They were only like early 20s, I would have thought. But they were big and hairy. You know what I mean? It was just fucked up. And because we've had a couple of beers, we were taking the piss. We were a bit loud and yeah, man. The old Bill had to turn up and stop it because it was going to turn into a fight. You know?
And was this and is that still live? Is it still up on your channel?
I've taken it down, Steve. I've put it
right,
on private.
You put it on private, yeah. But you can send me the link so I can see it, yeah.
I think so. I don't know how to do that. But,
right. Okay.
I will turn it back on when you want to watch it, if you want.
Well, I'm not going to name them out, right? But yesterday's live, the main reason I didn't stick around for February, you had a couple of spanner slags in your chat, and they were timing people's out. Okay, they may have your permission to do what, but I've never heard you say time people out. Yes, as a rule. But when I seen when I seen you timing out Patrick, I timed him out for 10 seconds, yeah, and that was the only one occasion. And then all of a sudden, yeah, freaking there's a debate or a discussion, fucking a couple of your Spanish guys fucking attacking me, and then fucking blocked and timed me out or something.
No,
Yeah.
what happened before, Steve? Patrick, he's a well-known troll. I've met him as it goes. He's a well-known troll, and he was. I was giving him a spanner by mistake, and he was timing everyone out who didn't have spanners, and it was just a fucking nightmare. And he come back again on Saturday, and because what I'm doing, Steve, I have to keep my eyes usually at the protest. I have to be aware what's going on around me, so I ain't really taking that much notice of the chat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I haven't got the time to be sorting out arguments in the chat, so
yeah,
that's what's going on. I think I've got another rogue mod as well, so Amanda's in charge of the chat, I'm afraid, at the moment. Just let her deal with it. Yeah, there's a couple of them are dealing with it. When that Patrick fella comes into the chat, because he's a pain in the arse, mate. He was spamming in the chat and all that. It's just a nightmare, mate. You know, so that's the reason why. You know, I've got to keep my eyes peeled, because you never know what can happen when I'm doing that. Yesterday was
what I've seen. People were having decent conversations, yeah, and you know, like they were getting timed out. I don't know if you can go back into your chat and have a look, but you'll see the conversations in the chat, and there was nothing for the first two people to be timed out. There was no reason for it. You get me, yeah?
Yeah.
In my opinion. For the freedom of speech, you know, and the protest position that you're going through, you know, like you can expect a few people to get like a little bit testing. You get me, yeah? And that's all I seen. A little bit of testing. Yeah. And you know what I'm like. I don't like people getting fucking blocked and hidden by mods. You know that's timed out for 10 seconds as a warning. You get me? That's one thing. Yeah. But hiding and blocking, that's up to the channel host to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, I can't do that when I'm out on the streets, Steve. So like Amanda's doing it, and like I said, that Patrick's coming rogue mod and was fucking all the chat up the week before, and he coming back in yesterday.
Well,
so I just told
I don't feel happy being policed by somebody who's politically influences who you've got who you've already named. Yeah, I don't even want that name on my tongue. You get me? You know, it's like happy days. You know, I've never appreciated their behavior. If you go back a couple of weeks ago when Henry Crinkle was doing the voice changes, he did that one that you were talking to, and I confronted, as I do. I encourage Henry Crinkles with his voice change and you get me, yeah. So I had a conversation with the voice change, but we did it very well. But you know, it's and that's my observation. That's my personal opinion. Yeah, I mean, some people just take over and they dominate, and this becomes their territory. And that's the first way that you're going to lose channels. Do you get me? Yeah, is when it becomes somebody's territory. Do you get me? Yeah, there's a lot of bitches, there's a lot of snitches out there. Yeah, and it only takes them bitches and snitches friggin' we don't like that one. He's got his manager, and then they curdle your channel. You get me?
Yeah.
And those people, they curdled. I've seen them curdle other people's channels, and they bounce onto other people's channels with that authority, and nobody's really tuned into what they're bouncing from channel to channel from. You know, like, and for me, it's like just my observation. I wouldn't have that one.
Hopefully it'll settle down the chat. But he's a fucking terrible troll, that Patrick. He's got fucking thousands of accounts apparently. And it just if it just means fucking people losing their spanners and shit, you know, until she sorts it out, that's the way it's got to be.
Yeah,
you know, it should settle down, Steve. You know,
I'd listen in, but I ain't got I ain't got nothing to say to chatters like that. In all fairness, when they're dominating, when it's their territory, I ain't got nothing to say to the chat. You get me? That's
Yeah.
what I.
Yeah.
And then I don't want to be a ghoster, so that puts me in weird predicament. You know, do you get me? Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
what I says out loud and proud. You know, when it's the Spanish flags dominate your chat and dominate your channel, then I'm gone from it.
Yeah, but
So, mate.
to be fair, Steve, I was there when Crinkle did that, and I've been in ones. How can I put it? I was in one American one, which I'm left, and it was kind of like they're going to take the spanner away, go after him, right? So you see it coming. But that day, I'll be honest about it, I wasn't in a mood to play with him. You know, Henry came in, he starts this stuff, and I said to him, remember he was playing dumb with the voice changer? You know, what's holding Adam together or something? So I said to him, do you know what mind games are? And he finally said, yes, I know what mind games are. And I said, why are you playing them with me? The point is, you're not always in the mood for it. You know what I mean? We still had a good talk afterwards, but, you know, to be fair, not everybody, you know, you don't see it coming. And when it happens, you're just not in the mood. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We still had a talk afterwards, but I just wasn't in the mood to put up with.
He's not a Spanish flag.
To be joking.
No, he's an entertainer.
Well, you know Citizen Z. You know him?
Oh yeah, he's an entertainer also.
Oh, we had one day it was a riot. You know, I wanted to talk to him, and that's where the purple crayon kind of surfaced again. You know, and we had a great time. But I'm just saying, sometimes you're just not, not in the mood to. I mean, you're not nasty. I don't think I was nasty. I just didn't want to play that game. You know, hi, I'm stupid. You want to educate me? Basically, that's what it was. I just wasn't in the mood to play that game, you know.
Yeah, Zay is very intelligent, though. Like, I mean, he knows his shit, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I knew it was him. I knew what he was doing. I just wasn't in the mood to play not that day.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, not always.
I don't really know the fella, so I've never really come across him. So.
Who, Henry?
Yeah.
No, Citizen Z. Like Citizen Z.
Both of them.
Both of them. He got abused by Ultra and many and a few other peoples.
Have you ever heard the comic thing? I love him, I pet him, I love him, I pet him, I drop him on his head. He talks like that. He can do that to perfect. That's his voice.
Yeah, he sounds like Chung from Cheech and Chong. Yeah.
You can't listen to him and not laugh.
Oh, I always put that to him all the time. I say, hey man.
He's a wonderful. He's not soft by any means, you know what I mean? He has his convictions, and it's, you know. But he's. I guess you missed that one, did you, Steve?
Probably.
I went up, you know, and I don't go to that channel anymore. I leave that alone. But it was basically, you had to go on panel with the guy. You know what I mean? It's just, you sit here and you just laugh. And it was kind of like we decided there was a complaint, right? We had a complaint. So I'd be like with you, and this is your channel. I want to make a complaint. I want a complaint form. So you say to me, and I said, I want a purple crayon to fill it out. We don't have crayons. I want a purple crayon. And Citizen Z says, yeah, I want a complaint form too. We're going to fill it out. I want a purple crayon too. And you say to me, well, it's going to cost you $99.95 with the crayon to send a crayon out. I said to you, well, then you send me a complaint form, you send me a purple crayon, and you send me $99.95. That's a good deal. I'd take 5. And Citizen Z says, I'll take 15. You should have heard it, Steve. It went on for about half an hour. It was hilarious. The man has a gift. That sounds like a good deal. I'll take 15. You have to have heard it. It was hilarious. It was just ad lib, just the way it came.
I love Zay. He's a fucking legend. He.
You know that. You know that.
So that's what he said the other night while I was in some chat. He says, freeze, or I'm going to have to fill you in with a purple crayon. Do you know where this whole purple crayon thing started? There's a supposed guide around Detroit that supposedly knows the Constitution. He doesn't. And a friend of his, he said to him, can you make the purple stuff in like a cigar, like a box of 12 and 24 and a gross? You know what the purple is, Steve?
What?
It's not a crayon. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, right. Okay. I think I know.
And that's where it all began, the purple crayon.
Right. Yeah, I think I get you.
Yeah. When something like purple haze is on my mind, excuse me while I kiss the sky. Anyway, that's where purple crayon started. Ah, God.
Right, I'm going to jump off, Steve.
Thanks for joining, John.
I'll sort out the stream, mate, so you don't get chopped off again, mate.
No. Just carry on as you are, John. Do you know what, John? Yeah, it's not even my scenery, all them protests and riots. You get me?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So like I keep saying when I comes in there, I'm for the riot. You get me? Yeah, I ain't for no peacefulness. I'm for the riot. So, yeah, understanding if I'm going there and I get upsetting people to the extent that like my word ain't like welcome. Happy days, let them like they're happier and you got big numbers. I'm one person. Happy days, isn't it? You don't come between us. You get me?
Yeah. All right, mate.
Happy days.
Nice. Speak to you later. Nice speaking to you, Eddie.
You too, John. Take care.
Have a good evening.
Yeah. See you later, Babette. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Be thankful, buddy.
Cheers.
Yeah, but Beth has it. It's the abominable snowman in Disney. I hold him, I pet him, and I like him. I love him so much, and sometimes I drop him on his head. I can't do the justice, but Citizen Z can. Crayola crayons. The box is 64, I know. You want to meet my alter ego, Babette?
So what's been happening with you, Eddie?
Yeah, not much. Just playing away, doing my thing.
There was a nice session with Jay Blues this morning, but I fell asleep. Like I woke up to you guys, and then I fell asleep listening to you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great night. He wasn't on for long soon after. I know that.
Yeah, I only went back to sleep for a couple of hours, and he closed up already.
Yeah.
I can't remember who I tuned into after that.
Yeah, I went into another live. Played a couple of songs and then fucked off. Then that was me for the night.
Do you find yourself doing a lot of night shows? Like for me, like now, like I've gone back to me early starts and me early finishes. You get me? Yeah, and like but like you doing more night appearances.
I don't do them very often. Like I mean, it's only when I have a lot on my mind that I kind of like I kind of stay up the night, and say fuck this,
Mm-hmm. I suppose it's the weekend as well, isn't it? So if you can't stay up on the weekends, when can you stay up?
That's it. I mean, I'm doing like because of me back, I can't really do that anyway. So
Oh, you've got a bad back, have you?
yeah,
Oh, you
5 years, 5 years I had to fucking. I was suffering bad with it, you know.
fuck that. Jeepers.
And now they want me to go the job they want like they want me to to go back to full duties in the state that I'm in. So fuck that.
So you're rebelling and you're contesting that, then, eh?
Well, I mean, I have a fucking solicitor in the wings anyway, you know, and like it's it's all in my favor, you know.
Happy days.
Like I mean, I gave them X-rays, I gave them doctor's notes, so you name it, I get, and they're still not believing what I fucking say. So I mean, if they don't believe it, like what an actual doctor fucking says, you know, then what chance have you got, you know?
Oh, this is the problem in modern times, though, bro. Do you get me? Yeah, there's so much fucking fraud and bullshit gone in the past. They don't believe any of us. Yeah, they got to scrimp and save on all their dollars. Yeah, because their money's going other directions. You know, it's gone weird. That's why I got the fuck out of there, because I was recognizing that at a young age.
You know, on one hand, it'd be like, oh, you got a doctor to verify that. And you kind of like thinking to yourself, maybe I should take a loan out for $1 million to bribe the doctor. Then when you do get a doctor that kind of fills it out, it's kind of like you think we're going to believe a doctor? And you kind of go, what? I got to get the doctor to prove it. Then when I get a doctor to prove it, you're kind of thinking he's lying, you know, he or she. You know, the system, what I call the system, it's been screwed up since the 60s, you know. This is nothing new.
Thank you very much, Black Watch. Thank you. It's something that I've seen, you know, and and now we suffer, you know, and people are dependent, and you know, like in times where people are mentally, physically dependent, you know, like the system is working against us.
Yeah,
we pay into it. We're just an energy source. You know,
Well,
all these social science, all these social experiments that they're doing with us is all education for the times that's coming. Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, you look at somebody that it might have cost them $100, and yet through 2 years of treatment, if they had to pay, it would have cost $15 million, but they only paid $100. So there's the other side of it, Steve. There's the other side of it. Like the CAT scan machines, you realize they're multi-million-dollar machines.
yeah.
It's almost $20 million to put in.
Yeah.
You know, so.
But this is it for the science that's available in life. Do you get me? You know, like we're paying for that in so many taxes, and then we've got to pay for it when we need it. And it's
Oh, yeah, like everybody talks about Ontario here is so good, but like I just said to you, a carton of cigarettes is $190 for 200 cigarettes. 75% of that is tax, which is going, you know, in part to healthcare. You know,
exactly.
so, but the point is it really that much money? Do you know what I mean? Or is it overinflated? You know, like we have the healthcare thing, but when you go to, say you were going to have cataract surgery, for example, in this province, they recently outsourced it kind of, so it's not the hospital, it's clinics, so you can get in quicker. But you know what they say to you, Steve? These are the lenses that are covered. They'll put in your eyes. They take your lenses out, put them in. For another $800, you can get these lenses, though, but you're going to pay the $800. You know what I'm saying? The step up stuff.
Yeah.
For another $1,000, you can get these. Well, I'll take them. Yeah, but you got to give us $1,000. Well, what's the difference? Well, they're better. then why don't you put the better ones in? Because they're not covered. You know what I mean? Like, what? I never got that choice when I had my cataracts done. But that's just an example. Just a different example. You know.
Right. Well, hopefully, when I get to the point of needing the health system, I'll be walking to me destiny, not to the health system.
It happens sooner or later, Steve. It's just
Yeah.
You know, this is what got me about, you know, the recent thing with COVID and everything. Someone said, you know, I said, I don't get it. And why don't you get it? Because it's in the 60s. In the 60s, the system was wrong. Revolution, right? Stop the Vietnam War. That was a big thing in the 60s. And they said, oh, no, well, it's different and everything's changed and everything's different. It's not. It's the same thing to me.
Well, you yeah, it's your age group that have seen those different decades, you know, with your eyes wide open for us to reflect on. So yeah, I'd be more angry trusting you than many other folks.
Well, everybody talks about flower power and drugs and marijuana and hippies from the 60s, right? It wasn't really that. People didn't want the system. That was a fight against the system. It was a fight to end the Vietnam War. And when Nixon finally ended it and he was stuck in Watergate, along comes Ford and pardons Nixon. That was the first president who should have been in prison.
And then came the punks and the skinheads because they recognized that there's more of a fight rather than a sit down. Yeah, the hippies were sit down and peaceful. Yeah, but a lot of them actually recognized now we got a bit of a fight amongst us. We need to change our attitudes. And then became the punks and the skinheads. Yeah. Fuck the system.
But I think the 60s created a lot of this, you know, and the system.
Oh, yeah.
The system's wrong. But anyway, but I still think this province, I'm, you know, if I had to live somewhere, I think this province is pretty good, personally. Could be better, but anyway, whatever. So we still, I guess Mrs. Magpie is on weekend time zones, right? Everybody's living for the weekend.
What? I was just getting dinner, folks.
I can't hear you too well.
You know when it's cold, cats and dogs need feeding. Keep them warm. Same as myself.
Is it cooling off there? I guess a bit.
We do have a cold spell. The last few days, and we expect cold 2 days coming.
I think a lot are going through that because, like, Australia is kind of subtropical, but they're cool. They're going into their winter now, such as it is. So, you know, our temperature's been up and down. It was like 4 Celsius, then it went to 26, and well, Bebat knows they got about the same weather as we did. But anyway. KC is in the house.
Hey, good evening, KC.
What's it? Alicante? Alicante? I don't know how you say that.
Alicante, yeah.
had a. Do you know something, Eddie?
Yes.
When Canada wanted Confederation, the beginning of 1867, so it was kind of like John A. Macdonald, I think it was Louis Riel or whatever. They got together, Upper and Lower Canada. So they went to the House of Lords to petition, right?
Mm-hmm.
How to go through the House of Lords. I believe this is a true story, from what I can gather. You know, it was more on the minds of the House of Lords than the Confederation of Canada.
What's that?
They kind of figured every dog owner should have a dog license. And until they got that legislation passed, Canada would have to wait. Dog licenses were more important in the Confederation of Canada, believe it or not.
Well,
What's the Confederate? What's that? What is that Confederate?
The Confederation is the coming of together to form something. In our case, a country. The Confederation of Canada is when Canada was once really Upper and Lower Canada. Upper Canada was just above Lake Ontario, east side. Lower Canada was towards Quebec, a little bit lower latitude. And that was Canada, Upper and Lower Canada. And they were confederated into the Dominion of Canada.
who was it? What was their enemies again? Was the Confederacy, and then there was someone else.
That's in the States. That was the War of 1865 over slavery, the Confederate Army and the Union Army to the north. That was in the States. That was Lincoln to end slavery, the war between the North and the South in the States. Confederacy was a lower state, believed in keeping slavery, keep everything the way it was. The Union, the Confederates had gray uniforms. The Union had blue, which is to the north.
Yeah.
And that was the Confederates were the Southern, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi. I'm not sure if it extended to Texas. You know, the Red Butlers, you know, frankly, Charlotte, I don't give a damn. That type of slavery and everything, cotton, tobacco. The lower states were Confederate, had gray uniforms during the Civil War. Union were the northern states, they were in blue, dark blue. Correct me if I'm wrong with that. You're American, but that's what it was. No, Confederation is the coming together, which was Upper and Lower Canada to form Canada. That was originally Canada. That started the prairies, joined the eastern seaboard, and British Columbia.
Yeah, that was George Meade, wasn't it? Or it was Custard as well.
It was who?
Custard and Meade, I believe that they were.
Oh, in the States, I'm talking about Canada. In the States, there was George Armstrong Custer. You mean him, the general of the 7th Cavalry?
Yeah.
Little big horn and everything, and the last guy standing was Goldilocks until he lost his Goldilocks. What was it? Not Geronimo. Whoever it was.
That was probably Custard.
The one that scalped them.
Yeah.
So it goes. Then there was the Alamo in Texas, which was another. And there was the fight between that and the Mexican to get New Mexico, you know, and all that stuff. But that would know better than that. I know some of the history of the States. Sometimes I think I know American history better than some Americans.
Funny thing is, I know English, like history and Scottish history more so than I do I mean, I know a little bit about my own, of course. I mean, that goes without saying, but I know a lot more about other countries
Yeah.
than like
Well,
like I'm only kind of picking her up as I go, like about this country.
I would imagine like the Scottish came under British rule, Longshanks, Edward, and everything. So I imagine
Yeah,
Wales and Ireland, because I think Longshanks tried to get the Irish to fight the Scottish, didn't they?
that's right. Yeah,
1200 and something. Bring in the Irish, and all of a sudden everybody's having a party with a beer, and they
yeah.
got go, damn Irish.
Oh, we love our beer.
Did you see that movie, Braveheart? I mean,
I did.
it's historically inaccurate, but the guy comes from. He says, I came here to join your army, and they're kind of looking at us sideways. He says, I want to kill the English. Do I get to kill the English? And he says, I come from Ireland. And he says, yeah, the island is
Yeah,
mine.
yeah. It's mine.
The island's mine. It's yours, yeah. And he says, I've kind of looked at this, and he says, I talk, and the father says I'm fine. But he says, your ass, you've had it, whatever, something. What did he say? I'm fine, but your ass is done or something, he says to him.
Yeah.
I forget how he put it.
He says, so I'm smart enough to get a dagger behind your guards.
Yeah. But it was funny when he says, do I get to kill, English? You get to kill it. Fine. Hey, where you from? He said, my island. Your island? Yeah, I own the island. And he said,
It's mine. Yeah, it's mine.
mine. But the funny thing, if you recall, I won't get too deep into it, where Wallace is, he's hunting, and there's
Yeah.
some guy that's a traitor, and
Yeah,
all you see the kilt, the one guy's running, and that same Irishman, he turns with his crossbow and he goes to shoot the Irishman, but it turns out he's the one to save his life.
Yeah.
And he throws the sword and gets the guy. I thought that was kind of cool. But the guy that played the Irishman was really, really good.
yeah,
He looked crazy.
yeah. And he wouldn't you know it, he he turned around and said, did the Almighty tell me to watch your back?
Yeah. I'm going to have to mute for a moment, Sunday. Hang on.
I think that Braveheart movie was injected into us, wasn't it? Quite literally. Anybody with a bit of Celtic blood in them, or anti-authority, or even the romance, the romantics.
Yeah.
That film reached the soul.
Well, it was kind of like put together, like they tried to tell an accurate the tale of William Wallace, but in actual fact, it was just rumors and conjecture. It was just legends like that.
Yeah,
It was thought through time.
But the amount of action and activity that this legendary William Wallace went through. This is near impossible for anybody of those times. Do you get me?
Yeah.
The extent of those battles and travel and all that whatnot, it doesn't make sense. So they reckon there was quite potentially up to 11 to 20 William Wallaces. You get me?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the clever thing to do, and this is something that I explained like a few years or for many years now. Yeah, it's like if Jesus Christ was one of my friends, do you think he would be on the cross? Would he fuck? You get me? Yeah. No way would my mate Jesus Christ be on the cross. And if he was such a powerful character at the time, there's no way he would have been on the cross. The people would have moved him around the place. There's no way.
Yeah. I did. I mean, it was said that his final resting place was a tomb.
According to the Christianity way, they say, yeah.
Yeah.
But it says Christianity is based on 15 religions.
But the funny thing is that they actually found his bones in the tomb.
Right. Okay.
But well, going back to the Braveheart, like what was the Irish fella's name?
Steve.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember his surname, but I remember.
No, he never mentioned his name. He never mentions his full name.
Right.
He just said Stephen is my name.
Funny film. We were lucky, you know. I guess you were in your 30s, then you like 30s, 40s or something, yeah. So like growing up with the films that we did have, you know, straight
Yeah.
into video games. I mean, like, whoa.
I love it. Like, I mean that like the like how they portray the Irish in that. Like it's I mean it's so poignant, you know, like to like of how like we actually are. Like we're like we're just like fun loving. We just love having a bit of fun. You know,
Yeah, and we're there.
easy going people. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, get on with anything. But you know, like when the lines have been drawn, you know, like oh dear.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, when the lines are drawn, I mean, God help you, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
like
we're like the English in that respect. Like we don't take any shit.
This is the thing with the Celts in general. Like you see a lot of social experiments going on. You know, like they before they introduce them to England, for example, they'll test them in Ireland or England. Yeah. See how the Celts tolerate it, and if they're tolerating it, they're going to enforce it in the UK. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I think. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, like growing up now, do you like with all these folk going on about conspiracy theories, like of climate change and stuff like that? Have you seen climate change in Ireland?
I haven't. I haven't.
Right. Okay.
Like there's like the more believable climate change. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But the less believable, like no way.
All right. Because here in Spain, yeah, speaking with the locals, yeah, they say there's a huge difference from like 20 years ago, yeah, like seriously, yeah, like big difference. Like the rains used to be seasonal, you know, and plentiful, but like the last 20 years is freaking minimal rains.
Yeah, I mean, like, I mean, that, like, I mean, if you're talking about the weather, like, I mean, like, you kind of, like, it's kind of predictable, like, of, like, when we're going to get good weather and when we're going to get bad, you know? Like, I mean, you can, like, I mean, granted, like, this year alone, like, so far, I mean, we're only like 4 months into the year, and like we've had what 5-6 storms already.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's crazy. When you think about it, you know.
It is. And not been neither are they? Them proper storms, full on storms, like yeah.
Yeah, and they caused a lot of fucking damage and a lot of deaths. as well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm seeing that now. Like, yeah, I'm exploring different aspects of the YouTube. Yeah, and there's a lot of like natural disasters and like war disasters is being advertised, and it's like flipping heck, man. There's shitloads of it going on around the world. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny. It's funny. I don't know. But is it the fact that we have available news like as it happens with we've got technology to see it before it's happening. I mean, like, is this why we're more aware of it? Has it always been going on like this around the earth? You know,
Well, I mean, before the internet, like, what did we do beforehand?
watch
Don't know.
movies, played sports, made music.
This is what we done. Test the wind. Like you said, which way is the wind going? You know, is it left, right?
Right, I didn't see that actually.
Wet the finger, you know, and just hold the finger up, the index finger.
Right, yeah. Chris, the cat seat there, didn't it? Yeah, big boy. We did, yeah. For me, I don't know. It's strange. It's strange. They don't make movies like they used to either.
No. Oh, there's. I mean, it's few and far between now. Like, it's very rare. Like, probably like out of all the movies that are released, like through the course of the year, like there's only one decent one. Like out of that year, like it's mind blowing. You know that like it just shows you like how much of a fall like the movie industry has.
But it's inspiration, though, isn't it? Like everything's been done. You get me? They, like from what I recognize, they started repeating or making remakes of all the good movies. So they literally just
And what's worse is they're woken them up. You know that it's like pure fucking political fucking rhetoric. You know. And that's something you don't want. You want a decent, good story, you know. Like, and I've said this on my own channel. Like, I truly believe that, like, a good story makes a good movie. You know.
But more than
you take it right back in the day, right? What did we have? Like, the best out of the 70s, let's say, right, was fucking probably The French Connection. I mean, like that was like that was probably the best movie that came out of the 70s. Like, and then you had you had like the Bruce Lee movies. Like, I mean that goes without saying, you know. And then Christopher Lee, like, I mean, he had decades of movies that like the James Bond movies, of course.
Most of the peoples of that generation did they're only just rounding up now. Yeah, they're only just starting to die off. Yeah, but most of them did hold Hollywood. Yeah. And that's one thing that we grew up with is we had regular characters for the movies. Yeah. Nowadays, like so many actors, it's like very difficult to keep up with. It's like the music, there's so much of it. Yeah.
I mean, probably the best. Like, I mean, people are saying, like, I mean, the best movie of the modern age, like, is without a doubt Lord of the Rings. You know, like,
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Lord of
yeah,
the Rings, Harry Potter's and Lord of the Rings. Yeah, yeah.
Harry Potter, like, I mean, it's good, but it's not as good as Lord of the Rings.
Granted, granted. Yeah. A
Like,
lot dark, a lot more, a lot darker than Lord of the Rings.
yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, for story wise, like the build up, everything, you know, it's the perfect movie.
Mm. And they proper fucked up the Star Wars franchise, haven't they?
Yeah, and like, I mean, and with this fucking series that they brought out, like that they just bastardized that. Like, it's not even canon. I wouldn't even class it as canon to Lord of the Rings. You know.
But they
And
brought
what's
out a
that?
Lord of the Rings series now, have they?
Yeah,
Oh dear.
yeah. It's
They
like
really,
these. I mean, it's like these repeats. Like, it's like they just fucking. I mean, take Roadhouse for example, right?
mm.
I mean, that was a fairly decent movie back in the day, you know.
What would Patrick Swayze? That was
Pa-
a chick flick. That was a chick.
Patrick Swayze, yeah. Like, I mean, I mean, Patrick Swayze is a great actor. Like, I mean, you can't. He does have acting chops, you know. Like, he was great in Ghost. He was great in Roadhouse, you know. Like, they were the two movies that he was well known for.
Mm.
I mean, he's done other movies, obviously, but like the fact that
He was one of those actors that was there for the women. You get me? Yeah, he wasn't like a man sort of.
yeah,
He was.
I mean, back in the day, I mean, like, to look at him, you say, "Oh yeah, this guy's a fucking poser," you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, fair, like, I mean, I'll give you that point, but I mean, he I mean, compared to Jake Gyllenhaal, I mean, come on, there's no competition, you know.
But they've made a. Yeah, I think I seen an advert where they've made a new Roadhouse now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's I would say, I mean, I mean, to me, it's an unoriginal second version, you know.
Mm.
Like it's basically Roadhouse Part Two.
Mm.
I mean,
Wow.
I've seen it, so it like
You've watched
like
it, have you?
yeah. I mean, clearly there's a kind of a different story to it. It
Right.
is similar in certain aspects, but like it's fundamentally another movie.
And does Patrick Swayze star in it?
No, he doesn't. I mean, obviously, Patrick Swayze is gone. Like, he's dead. Like, he passed away.
Did he?
I believe
Wow.
he did. Yeah.
Wow.
I'll tell you when he died. Patrick. Yeah, there we go. Died in 2009.
Wow, that's ages ago.
Yeah.
Gee. Wow. What killed him off then?
I'll tell you now. Los Angeles died. What was the cause? Pancreatic cancer.
Right.
and that was before I lived over in Canada.
Well, you lived in Canada, have you?
Yeah, in Ottawa.
Right. What was you doing there?
I just wanted a new life.
Right.
Unfortunately, it didn't work out. But
Right. And you know one thing, when people says they want a new life, there's you got one life and it's about continuing it. No matter where you go, you continue it. There ain't escape.
yeah, I learned that the hard way.
And I tell you what, Canada, I'd imagine that's quite a depressive country, being so freaking cold most of the year. Do you get me? Yeah, it's like
No, I mean I mean from September to some I don't know, like probably February, I think. Um, it's probably the coldest months, but
mate, I friends over there now, yeah, they're talking about it's going to be fucking snowing tonight. Do you get me? Yeah, and it's freaking end of mid-April, end of April. Do you get me? Yeah, or
yeah,
third of April. So they're still getting snow in places. Do you get me? Yeah.
yeah,
Like you says, from September to April or May. Jeez, no, thank you.
yeah. April's usually. I mean, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. Like April's usually a bad.
Mate, here in Spain, all year round, yeah. During the day, I can be naked most days. Most days of the year, I can be naked throughout the daytime. Yeah, nighttime's a different story. More, like before that sun comes up, that's a different story. But when the sun's up, that's comfortable living. You get me, sir?
Mm. Well, I mean, that's siesta country type of.
I know, yeah, it's great. You know, it suits my character. It's perfect.
And you're close to the equator as well, so.
All right. Mhm. You ever been to Spain?
Oh yeah, I've been to Spain.
Yeah.
Torremolinos,
Yeah,
Principe,
yeah.
Sol, and I've been to Montecharlo. That's in Portugal.
Oh, it's Portugal. Okay.
The Algarve.
What? Oh, yeah, Algarve. Yeah. I've not been to Portugal. I was, yeah, my health was getting too bad going to Portugal, so I came back south and I cured myself just by coming back to the Mediterranean.
I actually preferred like Portugal to Spain.
Serious, yeah.
Yeah.
For the architecture and the cuisine, or what?
Basically everything like the people, the food, the living,
Mm.
like it. I just well, and the environment, I just it was just I don't know what way to put it. Like it was just like it was more my scene, you know.
Mm. Mm.
That
Yeah,
type of,
yeah. Well, yeah. Like I said, I've never been there. I got a lot of friends there. I've had friends going there for years. Do you get me? Yeah, settling up in Portugal. It seems to be like a destination for a lot of people I know. But
yeah.
personally, mm, like for me, it's simple signs. Like if it's the Atlantic air that makes me ill, why would I live in the Atlantic? You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah. If I can have a better health by living on the Mediterranean, surely that's a sensible move.
But you know the Mediterranean is part of the Atlantic, don't you?
It's what land?
Yeah.
It's what land?
Oh, not the land, but the like the like the estuary and like the Mediterranean Sea. Basically, it's part of the Atlantic.
Oh, it's part. Yeah, it's fed by the Atlantic, isn't it? Yeah, there wouldn't be any war if that mad German made that bridge, made that dam going across from Spain to fucking Morocco, for example. Yeah, if
Yeah,
he dammed it up looking for Atlantis, you get me? Yeah,
yeah,
that Atlantic water comes into the Mediterranean. If he blocked it off, then that wouldn't be that become a big salt plain. You get me? Yeah.
yeah.
Funny that, isn't it? Because it's like massive space. That Mediterranean that goes out all Greece and all that, Turkey and all of that, and comes, it's over on the African side. It's not just here but following the Mediterranean. You get me?
Yeah.
Mhm. It's not just here, Spain. Sorry, it's that Mediterranean is massive. I looked on the on the map a few times, thinking, you know what? Yeah, I could kayak that, or get a little sailboat or something, just like sail around the coastline. Yeah, beach hopping. Thought about that a few times because getting to Greece would be brilliant with all those little islands. That'd be
Yeah.
brilliant. Mm. You're not up for travel with your bad back,
Well, I mean, like my recent, like the most recent trip was a couple of years ago.
Mm.
I mean, it was tough, but I somehow managed it. I mean, to be fair, I did travel light,
Mm.
but like if
What
I,
What sort of damage have you got to your back? Is it from like work injuries or what's the story?
yeah, it's work injuries.
Mhm. Mhm.
Like
Uh,
it's
is there an operation available?
no.
Mm.
I did do a lot of acupuncture and like holistic cupping,
Right, right, right.
like which did help my back like greatly.
What do you reckon to that acupuncture?
Great, like
Yeah,
it's actually the only way to get like to recover basically.
I've heard that from a lot of people. Yeah, I've heard that for a lot of things. Yeah, from addictions and aches and pains. Many things that acupuncture is good for. Yeah,
Yeah,
uh, proper amazing. Yeah. Mm. There was some fantastic fucking thing my mate said to me. Like he was paralyzed on one side, and due to acupuncture, that brought him back to having full strength back when nothing else would be working. Mm.
I never do any other way because I mean you like what's recommended by the other side is basically like an epidural needle or and which fucking hurts like hell. And then on top of that, you have fucking physiotherapy.
Mm. Now epidural, yeah, they gives that to birthing mothers, yeah.
Oh, it can be done for other things as well.
yeah, this is what I was gonna say. Is that's the type of injection that they use. Yeah, it goes up the backbone, doesn't it? It goes up the spine.
Yeah,
Yeah, and they can actually do more damage, can't they? I remember that warning.
they
They
can.
can do.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Mhm. Mad, isn't it? It's all an experiment. Every time we go on the operation table, it's an experiment. Like it's like one of the main industries at the moment.
Yeah, you're like a fucking lab rat with the other side, you know. But if you do the alternative medicine or like the natural medicine, like
Mhm.
I mean, like there's no comparison, you know. Like
Mhm.
I mean, like I mean, you might as well call it Chinese medicine because
Mhm.
like I mean they're so far ahead of the
Yeah,
game.
yeah, yeah. Them
Like
and the Egyptians, they had it. They had it. Yeah, and you find a lot of tribes. A lot of tribes they've got the things under control. Do you get me?
yeah,
They've got awareness. Like modern day societies, like it's always it's an experiment. They've got an idea of things, but they haven't got it. You know.
and it's I mean like if people only fucking educate themselves, you know, and set like started doing a bit of research and like found other ways of like trying to find a cure for what ails them, you know,
Mm.
then like they're on awareness straight away, you know, like and that's what I did like about 7 years ago. I said right, fuck, like I mean, I don't want what they're doing like to my mother and Mary she's in the fucking ground, you know,
Mm.
like so what I'm doing is the right course of action.
Yeah.
Like for me, because I mean, and if I can educate others, then like it's up to them. Then you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Now check this out. Yeah, the other month, yeah, I broke my finger. Right. Most people go rushing off to the hospital for fucking X-ray and get it all plastered up. You get me? Yeah.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I got a load of what do you call it? Fucking Tiger Balm. Yeah, the red one and the white one. For the white ones for the daytime and the red ones for the nighttime. And like I bandaged it up. And you know what? Yeah, it, it yeah. So what? Like yeah. I still use my finger. I still use my hand. If I had my finger in a cast, you get me? That'd be my whole arm in a fucking cast just for one
yeah,
finger. I
yeah.
freaking pointless and stupid. Mm. Well, it's a done thing. It's a fashionable thing. Yeah.
I mean, back in the day, we had fucking plasters. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah.
Now they fucking bandage it up like basically your whole fucking hand. Like
Yeah.
anyway, Steve, I'm gonna head out and I'll catch you on the next cartoon. Anyway.
Yeah, I was about to close down shortly as well because I got early starts. I'm looking after some of these cats and dogs here, and then like every morning I wakes up, I goes down looking after the horse.
Yeah.
I got priorities. Hey, thanks for joining, Eddie. Yeah,
Well, it's been a pleasure, and I'm like I mean, this is a fascinating conversation.
thank you. Yeah, so
Probably the first of many panels. I've actually had a fucking discussion
Yeah,
instead of talking about music.
right. Yeah. Happy days. It all goes on in this channel, you know. We get
Yeah.
yeah. Happy days. You're more than welcome anytime, Eddie. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Anyway, take it easy.
Yeah. All right, buddy. You reckon Blackwatch has forgotten about us? You reckon he's still busy with his phone call? Yeah, because it is a bit chilly tonight. It's not normally this chilly. The last couple of weeks have been very warm, but last night and tonight has been a bit fresh. Giving the cats and dogs extra meal today, keep them warm. They're feeding 5 dogs at the moment, 2 females, Thunder, Grizzles, and me cat. I think I count there's 3 tabbies, 2 blacks, the ginger, and the silver one. So that's 7 cats and 7 kittens. So wow, 5 dogs and 14. Well, no, not technically. I'm not feeding the kittens. Their mommy's feeding them. Oh yeah. I had a nice chat with John and with Eddie. And I had a good listening to John, Eddie, and Blackwatch Shine. I think somebody was going live earlier. Said was going live about an hour ago. Oh yeah, we've been going 3 hours and 3 minutes. Oh yeah. Maybe you can text in the chat there, Blackwatch, if you can hear us. I feel rude for closing the live when you're still there. So I just leave you out there. Happy days. It's 17 minutes past 10. So it's 3 minutes for the 420 somewhere. Yippee ki yay. That means you're gonna be 420 in the afternoon where Babette's at. Well, 420 in a minute, in 2 minutes now, where Blackwatch is at. But yeah, it was 420 all day yesterday. Mhm. Much against my likings, that is. I mean, 420 all day, every day. I wanted to say hello to Lloydies and David Fryer when they came into the chat, but the panel was a bit busy. It's quite cute looking at the mummy cat and Captain Jack cuddled up on my bed together. I've noticed today she's taken a couple of breaks from laying with her babies. She jumps in, feeds them, lays with them, but she comes out for a bit of socializing. They're nearly 2 weeks old now, the kittens. They're not yet climbing out their den. They're still comfortable down in their den. Not much exploring, but that will change next week or two. I expect them to start adventuring around the place. That's gonna be a different world then for me and for the captain. Oh dear, 7 kittens around the place. Who's in chaos all around the clock.
I guess you shut down, did you, Steve?
No, I didn't.
Oh, that was the X.
Oh yeah. I need to.
You know, on one hand, I'm supposed to feel for her. She's in a home. She's been in a home for over 2 years.
Oh.
And, I wouldn't want to be in that position. You know, and you know one thing about it, because it's rated assisted housing. It's not nursing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's a mix. I get an idea of what it's like without being there.
Mm.
You should hear some of the stories. There was 25 people in there. Now there's 27. 5 doctors bought it. You know, in a couple of weeks they're going to take it over the year end. But you know what they got for dinner one night? And they have nutrition. They have guidelines, right?
Okay.
A hot dog, no condiments, no bun, and a salad. That's dinner.
Wow.
That's dinner, Steve. Then one time one of the cooks get an idea, give you a whole bunch of mashed potatoes, but we got to put something on it, so we'll put canned mushroom soup. Blech!
Oh my Lord.
They allow $12,000 a year for food for 25 people.
That's crazy.
Disgusting.
That is disgusting. Yeah. That's it. That's an insult. That is. That's an out insult. That's oh my Lord.
Yeah.
My Lord.
You're a little bit low, but and you know, no doubt they have guidelines from a nutritionist. You know, when you go to a hospital and you're in the hospital and this skinny little girl comes along. Hi, I'm the nutritionist. How are your meals? And you look like you're the nutritionist and you look like you weigh 30 pounds and you're anorexic. And you're going to tell me if I'm eating right? One of them.
All right, yeah. 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 Bright orange. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? You ever had them when you're in the hospital and one of them comes along? I'm the nutritionist. And I thought you were one of the stick people that you draw with a pencil, right? You know, like Twiggy. How was your well, until they outsourced, when I was in the hospital, until they outsourced the meal, it was good. When they had the kitchen in the place, it was good food. You order whatever you know. But as soon as they outsourced, oh, terrible.
Then it was microwave dinners, yeah.
Well, it's one of the, you have the metal things and they arrive in the big heated trucks and they, like, oh, God.
Oh dear.
It's like the scrambled eggs are kind of like rubber dog shit. You know what I mean? And you boing and you stick a pork in and they. Anyway. So I guess Eddie had to step off, did he?
Yeah, he got things to do. He got things to do Saturday night.
No.
Sunday night, he's doing things.
Did Babette go? Pat's here, but did Babette go? I guess Babette left too. What time is it?
Babette's probably doing her evening chores.
Yeah, it's 4:30. Wow, it's 4:30 already? Wow.
Right.
9:30. Do you want to go? It sounds like you're tired. I don't know.
You're right. We can keep chatting. Yeah, we can keep chatting. You know me.
You know what I want? I want a chicken sandwich with cheese and lettuce and all this and onions, and I want a 4-foot thick chicken sandwich. 4-inch thick chicken sandwich.
Yeah, I'll have a 4-foot chicken sandwich too with all
Yeah,
the
whatever.
Yeah. I'd have a cake.
I only have to go till Friday this week, so if they have a car, Friday. But anyway, I don't know. Now, that's one thing, Steve, I never thought in my life that I'd be thinking about difficulty getting food or affording it. You know what I mean? It would be, you might have to pick or choose what you get, but you still get it. You know what I mean? Now oh, good. I can't, just not there. But like I say, when you look at where they are, a home, that's subsidized and everything, and that's the menu. Oh my God.
Yeah, right.
You're really faint. You sound like you sound like you're asleep almost.
No, I'm sat over here and the phone's over there.
Oh yeah. I don't blame you. You must be tired. You probably had a lot of fun for your birthday, quite frankly. Which I don't blame you.
Thanks. I gets up early and goes over to the horse, don't I? And I got animals, got cats and dogs here that I do things with in the mornings.
Yeah. Ah, well.
And I smoke all day.
Yeah. My eyes are all blurry. Oh, God. What am I looking at? Last seen two days ago. Friday. Yeah, 2 days ago. Oh, God. Oh, well. What can you do? Yeah, Eddie sounded like he was in a bit of pain with his back.
Yeah.
That's a common thing today is back pain.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, what can you do? Nothing you can do.
I know, right? That's the hardest thing about it is the things that you can do nothing about it. That's the hardest thing.
Yeah. God. Sounds like the people are next door. The stairwell is right outside the apartment door, so everybody uses the stairs. That's what you hear. Bang.
Oh, wow. And is that the door for the stairs? Is it?
Yeah, when you open the apartment door, right to the left is the stairwell, and the door, to each floor.
Yeah.
I guess some don't use the elevators, so that's what you hear. Bang, bang. Oh well, I don't know.
So you live in a big building?
I'm sorry, your audio is really faint. It's clear, but you're really faint.
So do
Oh,
you live in a big building?
did I what the building?
Do you live in a big building?
7 floors.
Oh, wow.
I'm on the 6th floor.
Wow.
I used to live. The only other apartment I was in, I was on the 17th floor of 24 floors.
Wow.
That was big apartments. There's 2 of them, and then a 7-story. They had 2 24-story towers and one 7-story. Administration.
Mm.
That was. It started out with regional rent when they built it,
Mm.
but quite honestly, the black drug gangs took it over within years.
Mm.
That's what was there when I lived there.
Oh,
2 in the morning, bang, bang, bang at the door. You look out the peephole, and there's 6 black guys saying, "Let us in." So I says to him, "I got a bat with 6-inch spikes. I'll let you in."
yeah.
And then they rang the thing on the way out and left.
Yeah.
That was where you needed that peephole, you know what I mean, to see who's knocking. You just don't open the door.
Yeah. Yeah.
They found some woman in the park behind it, naked. Her body was thrown off a balcony.
Oh, yeah.
Oh well. That's
That,
life.
that happens all the time here in Spain.
Yeah, your audio, I can barely hear you. I can't even make out what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I said that happens all the time in Spain. Women getting thrown off balconies.
Yeah. I have everything turned up as loud as it can be here. I don't know. I can't do any more. That's what I say. It sounds like, like you're in bed, you're comfortable, you're just getting warm and drifting off, that feeling. But I got no cigarettes. I got a little bit of pop, and that's all I got. No food.
None at all.
No.
What? No rice, no pasta, no nothing.
No, nothing. I can have a ketchup sandwich if I don't want the bread.
What? Until Friday?
Yeah. This is the way it's been since, well, in the last week or so, I had enough, and he got 2 loaves of bread, some margarine, a bit of oatmeal, they got from their side, like the cereal, and 2 loaves of bread, the margarine, and some pot. That was it. That's the cost of it, Steve. It's too expensive.
Don't you get no Meals on Wheels? Like, don't you qualify for home service like that?
When I started to look at some of these things, because everything went south here, there was 10 people within the family or a relative or something, and they all went to the same doctor. So before I moved, I said, you got to make sure he'll take me. No problem. That's your doctor. No problem. Set up. And of course, that fell through. And then COVID hit. So it all fell through. And I got some workers. I started to look at different things. And then COVID hit. All went away. Nobody could come in. And it's not got any better. It's I spoke with a channel creator, that I told you about last night after her live, and she's in Texas, and she's got to be a little bit, maybe 66, 65, and she said food wasn't so bad. Of course, they have double wide trailers. That's what but she says my daughter did shopping for me a little while ago. And she says, I kind of sit there and I go, all that money, like you spent what? But she gave her the receipt for the food. She, holy crap, that's what it cost. That's what it cost. Like it's I know most of my, like, what an iceberg lettuce is. I think I told you about that. Around 1987, a local iceberg lettuce was 99 cents. Now I know that's like 30 years ago. But now they're about $2.48, but they were $4.99, $5. You kidding me? If I went in to buy a head of lettuce and I looked at $5, $4.99, I'd say something's wrong. Somebody marked this wrong. But Steve, that's how much they were. And that's local. That's within 2 hours, you know what I mean? Like warehousing, growing and warehousing. It's a bag of crisp, you call them crisp.
Yeah.
Lay's, which is a brand name. $6.50.
Yeah.
Now, the ones they get me is brand, no name, compliments or something. But that's like $2.50. That's what it is, Steve. There's just not enough money. I told you where I get the cigarettes, right? Like it's about 43 a carton now.
Yeah.
Plus $20, so if you get 5 cartons is like $2.15 plus $20. At the store, they're $190 a carton.
Yeah.
That's like $1,000 for a cigarette. You said you can't do it. You just can't. It's impossible. I would hate to be what my daughter is now. Because I said to my son-in-law, I said, look, I'm struggling. I'm not doing it. Now, you're not working, quite frankly, because he thought he could come here and work, which you can't. He did get a job, but all of a sudden, his boss says, I want you here. You work for Ford. But you're not a citizen. I can't do anything about it. But the point is, you have 3 adults, really, like a 14-year-old girl. There's 3 adults, really. What do you do? He says, we eat a lot of pasta. And that pasta's $10, that was me. I had a daughter and everything else. Steve, you can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we use food banks and you get to go there once a month, because that's it. If you're accepted, you go once a month, and it's usually pasta and stuff. It just, I always had a part-time thing, you know what I mean? I had my job, but I was always looking for money on the side. That was just the way things were. Like my dad
Yeah.
said to me when I was 17, when you get married, and you will get married eventually, your primary job won't be enough. You got to have something on the side. So get used to it.
Yeah, but
You can't do it now, Steve. You can't. You can't. And you know what, our premier, I finally got one of the reporters asked him the question I wanted him to answer. What about Loblaws and that making $1 million a day excess profit? And he says, that's not the point. It's the carbon tax that the federal government puts on us, you know, and it just went up 23% this year. April the 1st went up 23%. And they had farmers on, and they said, you know, the impact of that. But you want to know something, Steve? Even past that, if they remove the carbon tax, there's still wholesale grocers that are making the money.
mm-hmm.
Excess money. But they won't do anything about it. Which I understand. A government's not supposed to interfere with free enterprise. They're not. But these are exceptional times, right? COVID. But anyway, they won't do it. It sounds like the village where you're near is pretty reasonable with food prices and that.
Yeah,
The sausage you get and everything.
yeah. One of those sausages is about €3, €4. Yeah, they're not bad.
What would you say the dimensions are of the
Oh,
sausage?
they're like a foot long and by about 2-inch fat.
Well, you know what kielbasa is? The Polish.
Yeah, you told me. Yeah.
Yeah, what I like, you know, it's mild, medium, and spicy. You know, I kind of like the medium. But it's like about 1.5 inches. But they come in lengths that are probably like almost 2 feet. But all you get is about that 1.5 inches by about 6 inches. And that's $11. $11. And you got to make sure, frankly, you squeeze it, because if there's no give to it, it's like a hockey puck. Don't buy it.
Yeah.
You know, and I got, you know, on a lighter note, I hesitate saying to my son-in-law, please remember to squeeze my kielbasa. Would you mind squeezing my kielbasa to make sure it's fresh? Oh boy.
I actually prefer the cured ones, the dry ones. Yeah, they're ready to eat.
Oh, I remember the delicatessens, and they have like the burlap on some of them, and you know, I come up with these funny things, Steve, but life is not funny, and I don't know why I think it is. It's really not. But what are you going to do?
Continue.
On one hand, being alive today through this is exceptional. It's just, in some cases, doesn't happen. But at the same time, it's hell. When I think about it. Like I say, my parent, I think the last time ended around 1918, just after the war ended, which the First World War ended in 1918. My father was born in 1919, my mother in 1921. So they went through the Depression and everything else. But I thank goodness they weren't alive for this to see it again. Thank goodness for that. I wouldn't want anybody to have to go through this crap. And I don't care what they say, Steve. Somebody's profiteering out of this. Every time there's a national disaster, remember Katrina?
Right.
And every time something like that happens, and this is worldwide, there's somebody making a hell of a lot of money, and they don't care who suffers. But, like I say, government is not meant to interfere with free enterprise. That's the whole point of our system. But this is exceptional times. And sometimes, you got to. But I don't know, because I talk to dairy people, I've talked to farmers, I've talked to truckers, one-on-one. And they said, we're not getting the money. We're not getting it. We got 2 or 3%, or you know what I mean, the normal yearly, whatever. But anyway. I mean, look at it this way, Steve. I could be like my daughter. I could have been in their situation, working what I was doing and not getting by and being like that. I'd quit working. If I saw that, I wouldn't have got married. I wouldn't have children. You know what I mean? There's no point. But I don't mean to run her down. It's just the way things are. It's the way things are. However, anybody in chat, or is everybody gone? Mrs. Magpie's in the house, Steve.
Hey, good evening, Mrs. Magpie. Excuse me, my eyes are half closed.
Yeah, I know you sound like it. I don't blame you. I know what that's like, but like I said, I don't have normal times anymore. I have to sleep when I have to sleep. Hi, Mrs. Magpie. Would you like to see Steve in his mini dress, mini skirt? I bought Steve a mini skirt for his birthday, but he's too tired to model it. You missed everybody. Mrs. Magpie Babette was in here earlier, about an hour ago. And Eddie Gannon was here, and John was here. But everybody's tired now. What time is it? About 9. Going for 10 o'clock in the United Kingdom. Nah. And Steve's falling asleep.
Yeah, I am.
Well, I don't want to leave your phone. You should shut your phone. Is your phone charged, more or less?
Yeah, it's charged. It's charging. Yep.
When you reset your phone, I'm not going to get your head going. The ex says her phone's screwed up. But she says on the bottom, because it's not it's not a iPhone.
Nope.
The other one, whatever, I can't think of it. On the bottom of the menu is widgets. Which with Windows, they got rid of widgets because of security risks. Anyway, she says the phone's locked. Now, I know what a reset does. But have you ever reset your phone? Where do you go, down to the bottom menu and just reset? Something like that. I don't know. But she says her phone only charges to 85%, but it's 6 years old. So if it keeps going for another 6 years, that's 12 years. That's a pretty good phone. Anyway, whatever. I don't know what she's going to do. It's up to her. Not my problem. But anyway, should we let you go and go to sleep so you can get a decent few hours too?
Yeah, okay, Blackwatch. I can fall asleep and leave you on panel. I don't mind.
Well, I could, I'll jump. Well, we're down to me and not that I'm complaining, Mrs. Magpie, but there's only the two of us. I don't think Babette's going to be back. John's not going to be back. Eddie's not going to be back. Kind of late to the gate, Mrs. Magpie, and I'm kind of tired too. I'm going to let you go, Steve, and wish you a good evening. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow or whatever.
Top man, Blackwatch. Top man. You're a good fella.
Anyway, take care, and we'll see you tomorrow, maybe.
All right, my friend.
Okay, good night, Mrs. Magpie. Good night, everybody in chat. Good night, world. Bye-bye.